The story of the Seattle Mariners is extraordinarily weird, and it takes a very long time to tell, so let's not waste any time. This story begins the only way it ever could have begun, with 140 acts of arson. Robert Bruce Driscoll, seen here in handcuffs after he was finally caught in 1935, was a transient who had struggled to find work in the wake of the Great Depression. This era engendered hatred of the rich and capitalism in general in many people, including Driscoll. In the New Deal 1930s, while those in power were busy trying to cobble together a kinder, gentler type of capitalism, Driscoll took a more direct approach, setting stuff on fire. One official described him as, quote, the most dangerous pyromaniac ever known on the Pacific Coast. Over the course of several years, he destroyed at least $18 million worth of property in today's money, indiscriminately setting fire to factories, lumber mills, churches, and a baseball stadium. Dugdale Field was a small but adequate ballpark that served as home to the minor league Seattle Indians. Late at night, on July 4th, 1932, Driscoll gathered some game programs that were lying around, used them to set the grandstands on fire, retreated to a nearby hill, and watched the whole thing burn down. When it did, the team was forced to relocate to Civic Stadium. The thing to know about Civic Stadium is that it couldn't really be called a field because the term field implies grass, which Civic Stadium didn't quite have. The playing area was almost entirely dirt. It was described as a mud hole, everyone hated it, attendance cratered, and the Indians were in serious financial trouble. The person who kept the team in Seattle was Emil Sick, a local beer magnate who bought the team in 1937 and renamed it the Seattle Rainiers. Among the promises he delivered on was the construction of a brand new ballpark, built right on top of the burned-down Dugdale Field. It was described as one of the finest on the continent. In other words, it was a Sick stadium. It was named Sick Stadium. We move forward now to the 1960s, when Major League Baseball is playing musical chairs with American cities. It's the perfect time for Seattle to try and lure a major sports team, and thanks in part to our arsonist friend, Sick Stadium is there to serve as the bait. The Cleveland Indians, Milwaukee Braves, and Kansas City Athletics all express interest, but plans to expand the ballpark to Major League capacity fall through, and discussions stall out. The Kansas City A's end up moving to Oakland instead, which makes a very important person very upset. Missouri Senator Stuart Symington is furious over losing the A's and demands that the American League put a team back in KC as soon as possible. In 1960, he lost the Democratic presidential primary to JFK, and it's been alleged that Kennedy was all set to pick Symington as his running mate until Lyndon Johnson, again, allegedly, blackmailed his way into the position. Whatever the case, Symington ultimately receives a consolation prize in the founding of the Kansas City Royals after Symington threatened to pursue legislation that would jeopardize Major League Baseball's precious antitrust exemption, which essentially allowed it to operate as a monopoly. This could have cost MLB tons of money, so they caved in, and the Royals were born. Now, the Royals were scheduled to begin play in 1971. Since the American League wanted to expand in pairs, they awarded a second expansion franchise to Seattle, with the estimation that 3 years and change was enough time to renovate Sick Stadium into a Major League park. But Symington raised hell. He didn't want to wait 3 years for the Kansas City Royals, he wanted them now. Desperate to escape his wrath, AL owners met in the middle of the night and bumped up the Royals' opening day by 2 years. And the same applied for Seattle's new team. In the strangest way, it had all happened. A serial arsonist necessitated the construction of a new stadium that, decades later, served as the bargaining chip necessary for Seattle to land a Major League Baseball team. In 1969, the Seattle Pilots were born. Pilots are gone.
So, after their maiden voyage in the Pacific Northwest, the Pilots took off and headed east to Milwaukee to become the Brewers, which is completely asinine and nearly unprecedented in the 4 major American professional sports leagues. But not completely unprecedented, and in fact, ironically enough, the lone other instance of an MLB team up and leaving their original city after a single year also involved an organization known as the Milwaukee Brewers. They were MLB's worst team, struggled to draw fans, and incurred massive debt. So they were sold for $40 grand and moved to St. Louis for a while before eventually settling in as the Baltimore Orioles. Over in pro football, the Chargers spent their debut season in Los Angeles in 1960 and simply couldn't generate enough fan interest as the LA Coliseum was generally about 90% empty for their games. When San Diego swooped in and offered a temporary place to play for free, the Chargers packed their bags and headed 2 hours south to forever make moot the issue of no one in LA caring about them. Meanwhile, the Dallas Texans won a championship in just their third year of existence in 1962, but hated sharing a market with the Cowboys so much that they still bailed immediately after that to Kansas City and renamed the Chiefs. The closest anyone came in the NBA was when the team now known as the Washington Wizards kicked off their first couple years in Chicago before relocating to Baltimore and adopting the Bullets moniker, while the Rockets only made it 4 years in San Diego before shoddy attendance resulted in a sale that had them Houston-bound in 1971, which, given their astronomical name, I could have called from day one. The Tri-Cities Blackhawks did move to Milwaukee after 2 years in the NBA, but they'd been around for a few years prior in a league known as the NBL. And in the NHL, after just 2 seasons, the Kansas City Scouts were hemorrhaging money, which led to their sale and move to Colorado before ultimately becoming the New Jersey Devils. So the Seattle Pilots becoming the Milwaukee Brewers joined just the Chargers and Milwaukee Brewers as truly changing markets after their initial season. They were the last ones to do it, and now more than a half century removed, it's hard to imagine they won't remain that way forever.
The reason they left really wasn't that complicated. As a minor league park, Sick's Stadium was fine. If they'd had enough time to prepare, they probably could have built it into a serviceable major league stadium. They did not have enough time, and Sick's Stadium was an absolute hellhole. Thanks to Senator Symington's impatience and a rough winter, the renovation project derailed. They'd managed to slap together some bleachers, but builders were still scrambling to put them together on opening day. Fans were lined up waiting to get in, and once they finished building a row of bleachers, they let a few more of them through. The visitors' press box had an obstructed view of left field, and whenever a ball was hit there, announcers had to turn around and watch the game through a mirror. There was nowhere for photographers to set up, so they had to take all their photos while sitting way up on the grandstand roof, which probably explains why there are so few photos of Seattle Pilots home games. But what really did them in was the plumbing, which worked pretty well when it accommodated around 10,000 people. Over the years, whenever it drew sellout crowds of around 14,000, it typically had a little trouble with overflow. But at its new 25,000-seat maximum capacity, the stadium became a biohazard. The whole place completely lost water pressure. Players had to go home or head back to their hotel rooms just to take a shower. Concessions workers couldn't wash their hands. Toilets wouldn't flush. And since the toilets wouldn't flush, they had to lug in portable toilets. The Pilots' former PR director, Bill Sears, once recalled a story. The morning after a night game, a team employee walks past some porta-johns and he hears pounding. He unlocks the door and outruns a terrified man. Stadium workers had locked the doors, not realizing he had passed out inside. He'd been trapped there all night. Sick's Stadium was torn down just a decade later, and the place where it once stood is now occupied by a Lowe's. Out front, near the loading area, there's an unceremonious little monument to the Pilots, a stand-up of a batter propped up next to the original location of home plate, holding eternal watch over a flock of lumber carts. It's so obviously in everybody's way. It's got to be a matter of time before some fed-up employee rips it out and throws it in storage. But for the moment, it's here. And it's all that remains of the one and only season of the Seattle Pilots, one of the worst ideas in the history of Major League Baseball. Let's take one last moment to appreciate that this stadium is literally named Sick's Stadium, and then close the door on this chapter forever. As quickly as the Seattle Pilots came, they were gone. However, anticipating the arrival of the Pilots, the city had, in the late 60s, already allocated funding for a brand new stadium. Seattle was so determined to land a baseball team and an NFL team that they broke ground on the site before the city was promised either one. The Kingdome was a cavernous, all-purpose indoor arena with about 3 times as many seats as Sick's Stadium ever had. It wasn't blind faith, though. A lawsuit, first threatened in 1970 as a means of keeping baseball in Seattle, had spent all decade looming over the American League. It finally went to court in 1976. And for the second time in 10 years, the league responded to a lawsuit with a resounding, fine, whatever, and granted Seattle a brand new baseball team. To name the team, they turned to the public and asked for submissions. The winning entry, Mariners, was submitted by a Bellevue man named Roger Smotus. The team announced that in recognition, Smotus would be awarded season tickets. But they couldn't find him. They went to his apartment. They left him messages. After several weeks, nothing. Roger Smotus had vanished. So far, we've been unable to dig up any evidence that he was ever found. But thanks to him, we have a word for whatever it is the last 43 years have been. This team was delivered to us through arson, political strong-arming, poopy toilets, a lawsuit, and a missing person. Every team has its highs and lows, frustration, heartbreak, greatness, and confusion, but no other team is like this one. The Seattle Mariners are eminently lovable, profoundly human, and stunningly, outrageously weird. You may not buy this yet, but believe us when we say it. There is no more fascinating team across the entire history of American sports.
Those Mariners began play in 1977, and I love their first year so much. Here, we see their game-by-game timeline. In game number 5, they fell to a losing record and never again made it back to 500. And thanks to a late-season slide, they finished their first campaign with a 64-98 record. But my favorite part about it is how often they just laid down for their opponent. On 9 different occasions, they lost by double-digit runs when no one else in MLB that year outside Atlanta absorbed even half as many bludgeonings. 5 of those 9 Seattle disasters came in August, too, meaning they accomplished within a single calendar month what 24 of the other 25 teams didn't throughout the entire season. A season that set the tone for their first decade of existence, which, by the way, featured 40 such whoopings. They lost at least 95 games in 6 of their first 10 seasons, and were on pace for a 7th were it not for a strike-shortened 1981 season. Altogether, they lost 924 games in that period, over 60 more than anyone else. A look at run differential is an even scarier sight. Powered by 5 dead last in MLB finishes in their first 10 seasons, they allowed nearly 1,400 more runs than they scored in that time, which is over 70% worse than the second worst team. Needless to say, they never even sniffed the top of the AL West to gain entry into the postseason. This green bar indicates the record of the division winner that season. In other words, the number of wins the Mariners would have needed to reach the playoffs. Excluding the strike campaign, they finished an average of 26.7 games out of playoff position each time the curtain closed on a season. Year after year, their September games were about as meaningful as the human appendix. Even worse, whereas plenty of teams at least have some star power or reasons for excitement, the first era of Mariner baseball lacked in all that. In none of those 10 seasons did the Mariners have a starting pitcher with an ERA under 3. They didn't have a player reach even 30 homers in a season until year 9, when Gorman Thomas hit 32. The very best players that had come through their organization were pretty anonymous names that would have been merely run-of-the-mill players on virtually any other team. Their top pitchers were guys like Floyd Bannister and Jim Beattie. Their best bats during this time were perhaps Bruce Bochy and, even though he didn't even peak for them until later on, Alvin Davis. If you're familiar with them, you know they weren't exactly folks that put asses in seats. If you're not familiar with them, well, they weren't exactly folks that put asses in seats. So, why in the world would anyone watch this team?
Well, of course, I had heard of and watched for years Ken Griffey Sr., and then I heard about his son, who was a phenom that was 13, 14 years old and hitting these long home runs.
I can remember Junior as a young kid watching him play a few times, but once he really got into those high school years, that's when heads started turning.
I knew that there was really high interest in Kenny. It started with some area scouts, and then there were more scouts there than they were fans.
I mean, they would take tape measures out past the fence. They're out measuring up to 350, 400 because that's basically how far he was hitting.
Toward the end, there became less and less scouts, even to the point where there were only 2 or 3 in the stands because everybody knew that Junior was not going to last past the 2nd or 3rd pick.
The best decision this organization ever made was in the June draft of 1987.
Okay, we're ready to go then with the first round. The first selection goes to Seattle.
The ball club was struggling in the Northwest to put together a winning team, but they really needed somebody to rally around. They really needed a superstar.
After batting close to 500 in high school, Ken Griffey Jr. has taken a few steps on his own. A Major League Scouting report says the kid is faster and more powerful than his dad.
Atlanta was going to give him a few dollars more to say he wasn't going to sign and go ahead and sign with the Atlanta Braves, being I was on that team.
We talked about, different things a couple days before the draft. Does he want to go number 1? Can we sign him? And I had my opportunity to say, no, I'm only going to one team, or I'm not signing. But not everybody can say that they're the first pick in the country.
Seattle's selection is George Kenneth Griffey, center fielder from Moeller High School in Ohio.
How do you feel?
I feel fine.
He feels fine.
There are now 2 Ken Griffeys in professional baseball. The Seattle Mariners using the number 1 pick in the nation on a 17-year-old center fielder with the genes of a major leaguer.
It's going to take a few years, and we're not going to rush him. And but we hope that in 4 or 5 years he'll be a star player for us.
As rough a ride as it was all those years for the Mariners, in 1989 finally came someone you didn't want to take your eyes off of. The most exciting and entertaining young player in all of baseball.
Looks up on the left field. Goodbye home run! His first swing at the Kingdome.
Here comes Ken Griffey Jr. And he just changed the whole franchise forever. We were never looked at the same ever again.
Junior catches up to that.
Every day was a human highlight reel.
Griffey, yes, what a play by Ken Griffey Jr.
You go back and look at all the highlights.
Back to the 1-8 track, leaps high in the air, and he's got it! An incredible catch by the kid!
Him going over walls or hitting a home run, and he's just smiling from ear to ear. I mean, it was contagious.
Cap turned backwards and a big smile on his face all the time. They called him the kid. He was the kid. Youthful, happy, having a great time.
It was excitement. People wanted to see Griffey. They had the candy bar. You had this kid with the hat on backwards. He had a smile. He was 19 years old. And everywhere we went, it was like traveling with a rock star.
Simply said, he was the best player in baseball. He was the biggest brand in baseball. He's everything I wanted to be. He's everything every kid wanted to be. Griffey was it. He was everything.
In the early 90s around Griffey, the Mariners started to bring in other interesting pieces. Started to form the core of a winning team. Then to really change the culture, the club hired Lou Piniella as its new manager. Piniella was coming off a World Series title in Cincinnati and led with his legendary intensity and temper.
It was probably, at the time, the most galvanizing thing the Mariners had ever done. Piniella changed everything, changed the culture, became about winning.
When Lou got the job, he called me and we went over every single player. And one of the things he told me that night, he said, I don't like players that are soft in the rain. And I go, I'm not really sure I understand what you mean by that. And he said, soft in the rain is when it rains, it melts and runs away. He says, I want players that have grit and guts.
It's hard to understate the importance and significance of Lou Piniella's signing. I don't believe any of the stuff that happened would have happened without Piniella in charge.
So that was what things looked like as the 1995 baseball season started. The Mariners had a promising young roster and a manager who demanded everything from his players. Though when it came to where they played, the team was still in limbo. The Kingdome ceiling had been repaired for now, but the building was definitely aging, and baseball in Seattle was at a crossroads.
I knew we had to do something. I created a task force of civic leaders to look at the condition of the Kingdome and what we should do.
The question became, would a refurbish of the Kingdome make sense, or would a baseball-only facility be a possibility?
This group sat down and battled it out and came out with the Kingdome should be replaced, it should be publicly financed, and it should have a removable roof.
They decided to approach King County about doing a baseball-only facility, and we're looking for public funds to do it. And that really did not sit well with a lot of people. In fact, it was 2/3 against. I mean, people were not interested in spending public funds for the Mariners. But the election was set for September.
If it's passed, the Mariners have a future in this area. If it's not passed, very likely this franchise will have to move.
It seemed, because of the questions that we were getting in our clubhouse, that there was a pretty good chance we were moving.
You go into a restaurant and you get the question, are y'all leaving? I'm like, I don't know.
We started in that period, prediction, it's going to fail. But if we could change the public perception on the team, maybe that could change it enough to cause the vote to pass.
There was a little bit of a feeling of the movie, Major Leagues, where you felt like we have to win to continue our journey here in Seattle.
August 24th, 1995 began the turnaround.
Now Griffey unloads to deep right. The game is over.
Junior put this swing on a pitch from John Wetland.
The Seattle Mariners, in unbelievably dramatic fashion, have defeated the Yankees 9-7.
Now I'm telling you, the Kingdome just erupted.
As did the Mariners, who began winning ball games and creeping up on the first-place Angels.
August turned into September, with the Mariners turning the heat up and the Angels starting to sputter.
As we went on a run, the Angels just completely hit the skids.
We'd win, they'd lose. We'd win, they'd lose. And we're like, uh-oh, here we go.
This should be it for Seattle. It is.
Little by little, we got within 10 games. Then once we got in single digits, 9, 8, 7.
Here comes the relay throw to the plate, and he is!
And we're like going, is this really happening? At that point, you're like, we're going to run them down.
Deep to left field. Buhner stands and watches it go.
I think people are starting to realize these guys are for real. And then the Kingdome will start getting loud. There was so much excitement, and there was so much chanting and cheering and everything. The Mariners captivated the town.
The loudest place I can think of. Strike through.
And then you heard more and more rumblings, more and more talk about, get the vote out. This has got to happen because we need to get this done to help save baseball in the Northwest.
On the night of September 19th, the Mariners were 2 games back in the AL West when they played the Rangers at home, just as the results on the stadium vote were set to come in.
So I go to the game that night, and I left after about the 3rd inning because I was too nervous to sit and watch baseball because I wanted to watch the election returns. I went across the street to FX McCrory's sports bar, and it was packed, and half the TVs were on the M's and the Rangers, and the other half were on the election results that were coming in. And it was like being in someone else's movie.
The payoff pitch. High in the air, right center field. Going back is Griffey. He's at the track at the wall. Goodbye.
The Mariners are behind, and the stadium vote is losing. And then the M's get within a run.
Towering drive, deep right field. Goodbye.
And the stadium vote gets a little closer. This is all happening in real time.
The Mariners were losing by 2 in the bottom of the ninth when Doug Strange came in to pinch hit with a runner on.
Really enjoyed swinging at fastballs early in the count, and luckily I got one.
Here comes the delivery on the way to Doug, and it's swung on and melted deep to right field, and it
rounding the bases, and they go, here's a bulletin, the election is now a dead heat.
I don't believe it! My, oh my!
And 2 innings later, who else would it be but Junior at the plate with a chance to win it?
Swung on and lined off the glove of the third baseman Ortiz. Here comes Strange. The Mariners win it 5-4. My, oh my! The Mariners are 1 game back of the California Angels.
Really, literally, within a minute or two of that point on television, they had the ballot issue actually winning.
The vote is published, it's passed, it's being publicized, and we're having the greatest time ever because we passed the darn thing.
Like, people are hugging and jumping up and down. There was a real feel that we're going to lose this team, and instead now it feels like everything's going our way.
At 4 o'clock in the morning, I get a phone call at home. The absentee ballots are coming in now, and it's going to fail. We ended up losing by something less than 1,000 votes.
So now we're like, oh crap, what's that mean? That means we're done? And we're in the middle of, we're on a roll.
It would take one more game, though, to determine how the West would be won. With the Mariners and Angels deadlocked, a 1-game playoff would be held.
The Yankees had already clinched the AL's only wild card. It was all going to come down to a 1-game playoff in Seattle for the division title.
We are at the Kingdome for the 9th time in Major League history, a playoff to determine a champion.
It was exciting for the city, the fans, my teammates, myself. It was probably the biggest game I had pitched in my career.
The Mariners would seem to have the advantage. They've got the big unit, Randy Johnson, probably the Cy Young winner in the American League. They're at home.
It felt really good because we had Randy. We knew that Randy was pitching, and I just could see a scenario where he was going to lose that game. You could tell after the second inning that he was on, and he was up to the challenge. He was not going to be denied. He's on. He's really fun to watch. It's like a day off for me.
Johnson is struck out in 5 minutes. Randy Johnson could not have been better today.
It was real duel until the bottom of the 7th inning, and the Mariners had the bases loaded.
And Louis Soho will be the batter.
Langston delivers the first pitch to Soho, swinging a ground ball, seaside by Snow.
Down the right field line into the bullpen. Here comes Flowers. Here comes Tino. Here comes Joey. The front of the plate cut off. The relay by Langston. Gets on by Allenson. Torres scores. Here comes Soho. He scores.
Everybody scores. I mean, I knew that was the backbreaker, and I knew at that point that, the game was pretty much over.
Now the left-hander ready. Branding iron hot. The 1-2 pitch. He inserted it. Randy looks to the skies. That is covered by the dome and bedlam as the Mariners now erupt.
The feeling of the fans yelling and screaming, our team and everybody getting to that point of winning the division, which 5 years ago it seemed like it'll never ever happen in Seattle history. It was one of the best days ever.
19 long years of frustration is over. My friends, this is just indescribable.
There was champagne everywhere. There were people everywhere. The crowd would leave. That was pretty awesome.
Without the big unit, the Mariners relied on their biggest bat.
Rips it deep. Goodbye home run hitting the facade of the upper deck.
The elite players, it's got an unbelievable way of when the game gets going, even in pressure-packed situations, they can bring the game to them. And Junior did it. It seemed like every game.
Swinging a drive deep to right field. Goodbye baseball. This ball game is
Yankees took Game 1.
You always like to, especially in a 5-game series, to be able to get the first under your belt. But, you know, maybe a long way to go.
The next night, after waiting his entire career for a chance to play in the postseason, Mattingly took matters into his own hands.
This one by Mattingly. Oh, hang on to the roof. Home run. Don Mattingly. 1,785 regular season games, and that's a home run trot.
Game 2 was a classic back-and-forth battle, setting the tone for one of the most memorable series in playoff history.
12th inning, Junior hits a home run.
Home run, he has done it again. 5-4, Seattle lead.
Bottom of the 12th inning, Ruben Sierra hits a double. And Bernie Williams tries to score the winning run. And we go to the 15th inning.
When up stepped Yankee catcher Jim Leyritz, establishing his clutch playoff credentials with one swing of the bat.
Maybe, it could be. Back at the wall. Goodbye, home run. The Yankees win. Jim Leyritz, a 2-run homer in the 15th inning. Yankees win 7-5.
The Mariners have their hearts broken.
You fight so hard through an entire season and all the great things that happen, and all
we're going to win this thing.
Please.
We got to win tonight and not worry about tomorrow. We got to win tonight.
Please. And now they will have to go to the big guy, Randy Johnson, to keep him alive. Please. I refuse to lose.
And in Game 3, the big unit took the mound to save Seattle's season once again.
It seems like Randy Johnson has always been able to rise to the occasion. Here comes Mr. Snappy. Strike 3 called. He got him looking. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He did it.
Johnson struck out 10 Yankees in 7 innings before the Mariners' bullpen finished the job.
Swung on and missed, and there will be a tomorrow.
Now it's 2-1, and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, you never know what can happen.
And in Game 4, the Mariners pulled even.
I could still see the flight of the ball. And that white ball just went poof into that blue tarp. And it sent a ripple of emotion throughout the kingdom that went just absolutely nuts.
Get out the rye bread and the mustard this time, Grandma! It is a grand salami! I don't believe it! My, oh my!
And then, Game 5.
The Northwest has never, ever seen anything like
memory.
In the finale, the biggest names once again turned in the greatest performances. Mattingly, who'd hit .417 in the series, delivered a go-ahead double late. But then Griffey ignited a game-tying rally with his 5th homer of the series. Then came Johnson out of the bullpen on a day's rest to... But the big unit wasn't invincible, and the Yanks got to him in extra innings.
Base hit, Kelly coming around, he's gonna score. Yankees lead it now.
The 1995 Mariners, though, were never a team to go quietly.
on the board, and here comes Junior. Would you believe this?
When Moore got the hit, he had no doubt that Griffey was going to come through, and of course he did.
And here is Edgar for the second time around against Jack McDowell.
The previous at bat, he struck me out with the split finger. I was just thinking about, you know, if I come up again, I know what I'm going to get.
Here comes the pitch on the way to Edgar Martinez, and it's a strike on the outside corner, 0-1.
The first pitch was a fastball. I took it, and after that, I said, okay, I'm looking for a split.
The Mariners looking for the tie. They would take a fly ball. They would love a base hit into the gap, and they could win it with Junior's speed.
Everybody's going to be straight away. Edgar sprays it all over. All right, ball hit right center, I can definitely go first to third. Left center, first to third. Left field line is a little softer. If it stays down there and dead, I can go from first to home. It's my field, so I know home field, so here it is.
Tying run on third base, and the ball's and a strike to Martinez.
The corner of my eye, I can see the left fielder going for the ball, and I can see Junior.
He was flying. I don't think he could have slowed down. He was going so damn fast.
Here is Junior to third base. They're going to wave him in.
His stride, the way he was ripping into the turf with his cleats, I mean, there was nobody that was going to stop him.
The throw to the plate will be late. The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship. I don't believe it.
My wife goes, I didn't know you could run that fast. I go, shh, I ain't supposed to show that all the time.
They are going crazy at the Kingdom.
I still have that visual of the dog pile at home plate and Junior's head sticking out and that smile from ear to ear.
This has been a series that Mariner fans are going to be talking about for the ages.
Seeing his face underneath there, smiling like he did, you know, that was the Junior smile, and that was the smile that epitomizes his joy of the game.
It was a little team in the little Northwest gets to play the big bad Yankees and take them down.
Has since walked twice. He's behind 1-2. And this should do it. Bichette near the line, and it will. 1 run on the Garcia home run in the 9th inning. But the Diamondbacks lose.
So it's Service against Service again. This matchup yesterday, Service had a base hit.
Service gave up a base hit.
Service got a base hit. They met when pitcher Scott Service came up with the Reds the first time, and catcher Scott Service was catching for the Houston Astros. That was a couple of years ago. 1 strike delivery, that's on the inside corner, and it's 0-2. Service can't lose in this confrontation.
Well, Scott Service, the pitcher, got away with one right there. Oliver was low and away with the signal. He wanted a slider down, and Scott Service threw a backup slider that caught the inside corner, which fooled the batter, Scott Service.
Who's on first?
I'll be glad when somebody else is up.
Here's the 0-2. And he got him. So Service gets Service.
On October 6, 2001, the Seattle Mariners won their 116th game of the season. They tied the MLB record set by the 1906 Chicago Cubs and broke the AL record of 114 set by the 98 Yankees, a team widely considered one of the greatest in MLB history. And they achieved this mark in the wake of losing 3 franchise icons. At the 1998 trade deadline, in the midst of a down year, Seattle traded Cy Young Award winner Randy Johnson to the Astros. In return, the Mariners received 3 important pieces to that 2001 team: shortstop Carlos Guillen, as well as pitchers John Halama and Freddie Garcia, the latter of which would make the 2001 All-Star team. After the 1999 season, Pat Gillick was hired as GM and given the duty of handling the future of Ken Griffey Jr. and Alex Rodriguez, both of whom were on expiring contracts entering 2000. Griffey was flipped to his hometown Cincinnati Reds before the start of the season. The returning package included center fielder Mike Cameron, who would go on to be an All-Star and Gold Glove winner in 2001. A-Rod played the year out, a season in which he helped his team battle the Yankees in the ALCS, but they fell short and he walked in free agency. But as one star walked out, another walked in. Japanese phenom Ichiro Suzuki was headed for the States. In Ichiro's 2001 rookie season, he became the first player in Major League Baseball history to win MVP, Rookie of the Year, Silver Slugger, a Gold Glove, and start in the All-Star Game. An All-Star Game hosted by the city of Seattle, and he appeared alongside 7 other Mariners. This historic team opened the postseason against the Indians and were tested immediately, dropping 2 of the first 3 games in the ALDS. But Freddie Garcia bounced back from a Game 1 loss and, aided by a 3-run 7th inning, forced a Game 5, a game in which Mark Macklemore hit a 2-run single in the 2nd inning to gain a lead the Mariners would never relinquish.
has not hit lefties well all year. How about that? Left field. Cordova trapped it. 2 runs in.
Jamie Moyer, a stone's throw away from his 39th birthday, kept the Indians' bats at bay, and Kazuhiro Sasaki closed a do-or-die win.
Third base, and your winner, Seattle.
Seattle advanced to the ALCS for the second consecutive year. Once again, they faced the Yankees, but this year the team was different. And without spoiling anything, I think everything's going to work out. Up against a Yankees team carrying the hope of a city still reeling in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks, the Mariners lost the first 2 games at home. Manager Lou Piniella guaranteed his Mariners would win 2 of the next 3 games in New York to bring the series back home. But no one on this 116-win team ever played another postseason game in Seattle again. In Game 4, the Mariners entered the bottom of the 9th tied at 1. Sasaki, the league's runner-up in saves behind Yankees flamethrower Mariano Rivera, was on the mound. But with 1 out and 1 on, Alfonso Soriano came to the plate.
And deals, swung on, hit high in the air to deep right center field. Back goes Ichiro on the track, at the wall, she's gone! Alfonso Soriano wins the game with a 2-run home run.
Game 5 wasn't even close, as the deflated Mariners tumbled into the offseason.
Trying to end it in 5 games. Cameron into right field. Spencer. Yankees for the 4th year in a row have a date with a fall classic. Joe Torre's wife, Allie. And Joe Torre's mayor.
Heading into the 2002 season, the Mariners lost a handful of players, most notably starting pitcher Aaron Seeley, third baseman David Bell, and Mariners legend Jay Buhner, who called it a career after their postseason exit. Seeley, who signed with the Angels, was coming off a stellar year and would be a difficult piece to replace. They set their sights on Giants pitcher Jason Schmidt, who was also coming off a solid 0-1 season. But when Seattle refused to offer anything more than a 3-year deal, he re-signed with the Giants. The Mariners settled for throwing a cheap deal at James Baldwin, a massive downgrade on the mound. Their focus on the bottom line and hesitance to offer anyone a contract longer than 3 years became a theme of the season. As for David Bell, an off-season trade sent him to San Francisco, a move that was made once Seattle pried former All-Star third baseman Jeff Cirillo from Colorado. But the move for Cirillo wasn't solely to upgrade the hot corner. It was in response to a contract impasse with second baseman Brett Boone, who had finished the 2001 season third in MVP voting. Seattle had offered Boone a 3-year, $22 million deal, which Boone deemed insufficient. At the time, the Mariners were owned by Nintendo of America, and Howard Lincoln represented them as CEO of the team. He was a businessman and ran the team as such. In reference to Boone's offer, he said, "We have to operate at a profit, and we have to make decisions with that in mind." And despite revenue numbers hitting $170 million, Lincoln used A-Rod as an example of where his priorities lie, stating, "The Alex Rodriguez case shows us we're prepared to let players go, regardless of how popular they are, if we simply can't put something together that makes business sense." As a fan, that's not what you want to hear, but Boone eventually re-signed for an extra $2 million after failing to find the long-term deal he sought elsewhere. Time for a championship. With Boone on board, Seattle retained their core, including all 8 All-Stars from the 01 campaign. According to their reigning AL Manager of the Year, Lou Piniella, they subtly improved. When asked about following up their 116-win season, pitcher Paul Abbott said, "We'll take 95 wins and a world championship." And they looked primed to do just that. They put together a 10-game win streak in April, and in May, Mike Cameron made baseball history by hitting 4 home runs in 1 game. The Mariners were firing on all cylinders.
And that pitch is hit to deep center field. Back goes Lofton to the track, to the wall. Cameron has done it.
But as the season went on, it started to become clear that the Mariners needed help to make a late season push, especially with newcomer Cirillo not living up to expectations and Baldwin being no replacement for Seeley at all. But with the budget in mind, no major deals were made at the deadline. Lincoln was quoted saying, "The goal of the Mariners is not to win a World Series. It is to field a competitive team year after year, to put itself in position to win a World Series, and hope at some point that happens." Let's put that on a t-shirt. Edgar Martinez voiced his frustrations with the lack of moves by ownership, especially while rivals such as Oakland were making deals to set them up for a run at the postseason. But in the words of Howard Lincoln, "I'm in the baseball business, not the feel-good business." Around the deadline, Lou Piniella stopped complaining, reportedly due to a gag order. Despite lineup concerns, the Mariners remained tied or in the lead of their division from mid-April all the way to August 23rd. It was then that Seattle, tied for first with Oakland, entered a matchup with Cleveland. 120 consecutive games on top of their division came to an end in the bottom of the 9th. With James Baldwin on the mound, pitching out of the bullpen, Josh Bard hit a walk-off home run.
And deep to right. Back goes Suzuki at the track, at the wall. Goodbye! Josh Bard with a walk-off home run.
It was Bard's MLB debut, one the Mariners wouldn't forget because they never got back on top. Seattle was eliminated from postseason contention a month later on September 26th, following an Angels win over the Rangers that clinched the wild card for Anaheim. Along with a lack of meaningful deadline moves and disappointing contributions from off-season acquisitions, there was a decline in production from some key members of the 2001 team. Edgar Martinez was 39, and after playing 132 games in 01, he was limited to only 97 in 2002 due to injuries, and a late-season slump saw his average plummet. Paul Abbott, who went 17-4 in 2001, was demoted to the bullpen in April and placed on the DL in May. He finished 2002 with 1 win in 5 starts and an eye-poppingly large ERA. He was released at the end of the season. Freddie Garcia, who led the AL in ERA the year before, added more than a full run to his ERA in 2002. He still, however, made the All-Star team for the 2nd consecutive year. Because the story of the 2002 Mariners is not simply a failure to act or a failure to produce, it's also heavily happenstance. While battling for control of the division in August, their AL West foes in Oakland were busy reeling off MLB's first 20-game win streak since 1935, en route to a 103-win season. Another division rival, the Angels, won 16 of 17 games between late August and mid-September, finishing 99-63, good enough to win half the divisions in the majors, and blowing out the bridge to the postseason behind them as they earned the wildcard spot, leaving Seattle at the river's edge with no life preserver. In the offseason, manager Lou Piniella requested out of the final year of his contract and hitched a ride to Tampa Bay. Hired in his place was former Diamondbacks bench coach and first-time manager Bob Melvin. Again, the Mariners retained their core, and again they were formidable. 2003 was their year. I can feel it. Seattle had led their division for over 100 consecutive games when, on August 22nd, they entered a 4-game series against Boston. The Red Sox at the time were a game behind Oakland for the wild card, as the Yankees proved to be a roadblock in the AL East, and Oakland was knocking on Seattle's door at the top of the AL West. Safe to say this series was an important one. Seattle lost all 4 games and ended up in a 3-way tie with Boston and Oakland. But per tiebreakers, this put Oakland in control of the AL West, Boston in control of the wild card, and Seattle in the bleachers. From that point forward, Seattle was unable to make the late season push their rivals were making. They once again finished 93-69 and once again failed to make the postseason. It was another lost season, but one not without its successes. Seattle finished with the second best team ERA in the AL, behind only Oakland. They did so while becoming the first team in over 30 years to have only 5 starting pitchers all season, a portrait of arm health. Even with the 40-year-old Jamie Moyer, who set a franchise win record that season. Ichiro's 212 hits made him the 3rd player in history to get at least 200 hits in each of his first 3 seasons, and he was once again an all-star. But as a team, they fell to 10th in the American League in slugging percentage, and bats not in possession of number 51 went cold, shattering hopes of champagne celebrations in Seattle. As an aging roster continued its slow chug forward in time, the offseason proved costly. I'm starting to lose hope. 2-time All-Star and former closer Kazuhiro Sasaki decided to terminate his contract and remain in Japan with his family. Along with Jeff Nelson, who was traded before the season's end, 2 more arms were out the door. Gold Glove center fielder Mike Cameron signed with the Mets as a free agent, and Carlos Guillen was traded to Detroit, where he'd make his first All-Star game and finish in the top 25 in MVP voting. Seattle opened the 2004 season on a 5-game losing streak, which set the tone for a season steeped in disappointment. Jamie Moyer, who was now 41, finally started to show age. He had a string of 10 straight losses en route to his first losing season since 1994. The ace of that 116-win team, Freddie Garcia, had his first losing season in 2003 and was traded in the middle of the 04 season. At the time, he was sporting a 4-7 record. 3-time Gold Glove winner and pivotal bat in 2001, John Olerud, was designated for assignment in July while the team looked for a trade partner. When none materialized, he was released and signed with the Yankees. The Mariners, coming off back-to-back 93-69 seasons, finished 63-99. In the words of second baseman Brett Boone, it was the mirror opposite of 2001. They finished last in the AL West without ever spending a day even tied for the top spot. Mariner all-time great Edgar Martinez, who spent every one of his 18 seasons in Seattle, retired at the end of the year at the age of 41. The only bright spot in 04 was the one constant Seattle could always depend on. On October 1st, Ichiro broke George Sisler's 84-year-old hit record with his 258th hit of the season. He would finish with 262. As the walls crumbled around them, the Mariners looked to the future, but not at the expense of the aging core players that had given the city everything they could. Management may not have spent money when they should have, but they understood the impact the team had on the community, even when the end result on the field was a disappointment. The 2001 Mariners will forever have a place in baseball lore, and the memory of that team will live on, even if no trophy or ring exists to commemorate it.
Great news, boys. Your contending window is slammed shut in your face. You're terrible again.
Second career start, and of course this will be his first appearance ever against the Minnesota Twins.
Of course, the first thing that pops out is how well put together this young man is. He is 6'3", 170 pounds. Besides the great fastball, he has great movement on the fastball, and he has that curveball that just drops off the table. And he got him on a breaking ball. So down on strikes Joe Mauer, and it ends up being a 1-2-3 inning for the Minnesota Twins. A 17-pitch first inning for Felix Hernandez. The Twins don't score. The Mariners coming up.
You start getting the ball at the belt and just a bit above that. Players have it. There's a curveball.
Perfect curveball. And that time, did he go? He did. The home plate umpire waved him out of there. They stay. Swung on and missed.
Yeah, if he would have gone, it has been thrown out easily.
97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Look at all the strikes. 50 strikes out of 70 pitches. Swing and a miss at that slider down and away for strike 3. Strikeout number 5 for Felix Hernandez. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball in the dirt. Strike 3. How about that? Strikeout number 6 for Felix Hernandez
to finish off the inning.
Nick Punto.
Sports are full of unlikely scenarios. Leicester City winning the Premier League title in 2016, the 2007 New York Giants winning the Super Bowl, the 2018 Las Vegas Golden Knights playing the Stanley Cup in their inaugural season, and most recently, the Washington Nationals winning the 2019 World Series, despite having a 0.1% chance of winning it at one point in the season. However, what if I were to tell you that the Nationals would not have won this title without a random hitting streak late in the 2008 season? Well, it looks like I have quite the story to tell. Let's get into this timeline. The year is 2008. The Mariners are a popular favorite to win the AL West. The Nationals are mostly placed near the bottom of their division. The Mariners are coming off their first winning season since 2003. The Nationals are coming off their third straight losing season since the team moved to DC. However, to begin the season, the Mariners underperformed heavily, causing GM Bill Bavasi and manager John McLaren to be fired in mid-June. When these two were fired, the Mariners had the worst record in the league. The Nationals had the second worst. Over the next few months, the Mariners and the Nationals were in a battle for the worst record. And of course, the #1 overall draft pick. On September 9th, the Mariners and the Nationals would begin the battle of the losing streak. At this point, these teams were neck and neck for the #1 overall pick. Between September 9th and 22nd, here's what the records of each team looked like. They were both terrible. In fact, the Mariners went on a 12-game losing streak. At the end of this period, here's what the overall records looked like. The Mariners were a game below the Nationals. They were in the lead for the #1 overall pick. The Mariners had 6 games left, and the Nationals had 5. Let's see who they faced. The Nationals had 2 games against the Marlins and 3 games against the Phillies. Both teams were above 500. The Mariners had 3 games against the Angels, who had the best record in the league, and 3 games against the Athletics, who were under 500, but they were still 18 games above the Mariners in their division. What were the results of these games? Well, the Mariners won 4 out of their last 6, including a 3-game sweep of the Athletics, while the Nationals lost 4 out of their last 5 games. What, or specifically who, prompted the Mariners to win their final series and lose out on the #1 overall pick? Let me introduce you to Yuniesky Betancourt. He was the Mariners' starting shortstop during the 2008 season. If we just look at his career stats, it's pretty clear that apart from a couple of replacement-level seasons early in his career, he did not have a super impactful career. However, none of that mattered during a 6-day period in late September 2008. Here is what Betancourt's season stats looked like after September 22nd. That is quite the increase, especially at the end of the season. Raising your batting average 13 points in less than a week at the end of the season is very difficult. So, what did Betancourt do? Well, in the Angels series, he led the team in total hits and RBIs, although the Mariners did lose 2 out of the 3 games. The series against the Athletics was where Betancourt's contributions counted. Once again, he led the team in hits throughout the series. The fact he was getting on base at all was impressive, considering his on-base percentage. In Game 1, Betancourt got 2 hits in a close 2-run win. In Game 2, he had 3 hits, a walk, and 2 runs, which impacted the first inning as the Mariners scored 6 runs in that inning. After this game, the Mariners were solidified at the number 2 overall position. If that wasn't enough, Betancourt went off in Game 3, driving in the most runs on the team. Betancourt, a guy who finished the 2008 season with negative .1 WAR, heavily impacted the draft positions of 2 teams. Okay, so why does this matter? The number 1 and number 2 picks. Whatever, right? Well, I don't think I ever told you who would end up being chosen at number 1.
With the first selection in the 2009 first-year player draft, the Washington Nationals select Steven Strasburg, right-handed pitcher from San Diego State University, San Diego, California. The Seattle Mariners are now on the clock.
Yep, Steven Strasburg, also known as one of the most hyped-up prospects of the 2000s. Who would the Mariners select at number 2? Dustin Ackley, who hasn't really had a great career. There was another outfield prospect that the Mariners could have taken, but he was taken at number 25 overall, so I'm not faulting the Mariners for that. Still, not a great pick by the Mariners.
Jumped on that fastball. Trout's fast, but he can't get it. He gets by him. So Seager with his first base hit as a major leaguer. And he's getting all the way to third. So a single and an E8 gets Seager all the way to third with 2 outs here in the second inning. First big league hit for Kyle Seager. We get the ball back to Robbie Thompson. There you go.
Congratulations to Kyle. He gets that one out of the way. Maybe he can relax a little bit now. With 102 pitches in the game.
Pretty well hit. Deep right field off the bat of Kyle Seager. Mariners have a 2-1 lead. Kyle Seager with his first big league home run gives the Mariners a 2-1 advantage here at Tampa Bay. Well, we've seen Seager last week get his first 2 RBIs. Let's see if he gets a silent treatment here. First big league home run.
Wade Davis staying inside on him, and Kyle ends up turning on a fastball 92 miles an hour. Inside corner, and he hits it way back. He was halfway up the seats.
If Betancourt didn't have that hot streak, it's possible the Mariners are the team who ends up picking Strasburg. I could just show the trajectory of the Nationals franchise as a result of Betancourt's streak, but I think it would be more fun to follow the individual seasons of the Nationals and the Mariners, as if there isn't enough YouTube content that will make Mariners fans cry. In 2009, the Mariners let Raul Ibanez walk, but they signed club legend Ken Griffey Jr. However, most notably, they traded Yuniesky Betancourt to the Royals in a mid-season trade. But of course, the damage was already done. But neither the Mariners nor the Nationals knew that yet. The Mariners finished with a positive record, but they missed the playoffs. The Nationals finished with nearly the exact record from their 2008 season. In 2010, the Mariners let star player Adrian Beltre walk in free agency, but they traded for former Cy Young winner Cliff Lee to complement Felix Hernandez. They also signed Sean Figgins to a 4-year contract and re-signed Ken Griffey Jr. to a final 1-year deal. While King Felix won the Cy Young, the Mariners finished with the worst record in the American League. While the Nationals also finished with a bad record, we saw the debut of Steven Strasburg. And as we all know, 14 strikeouts in a debut is pretty good. This may have been the highlight of the Nationals' 2010 season, but they also drafted a kid named Bryce Harper at number 1 overall. I have a feeling we'll be hearing his name later on. In 2011, the Mariners continued to struggle and the Nationals continued to improve, nearly reaching 500. However, the Mariners' second overall pick, Dustin Ackley, The Nationals made a big move by signing Jason Worth to a huge 7-year deal. Oh, and Steven Strasburg missed the majority of the 2011 season due to a torn UCL that he suffered in August of 2010. The Mariners were slightly better in 2012.
And you look at the numbers for Felix. 24, this will be his 25th start. Record of 10-5, that ERA 2.74.
Well stroked, right field. Going back, Thames with room, and he tracks it down. Offensively last night, the big base hit. Here's B.J. Upton. Ryan, nice scoop by Smoke. And out number 2. Be an easy inning for Felix Hernandez as Ackley throws out Matt Joyce. We are underway, and Felix 1, 2, 3 with 7 pitches. Rays are right there in the wild card chase. Swing and a miss. Down goes Longoria. First strikeout this afternoon for Felix Hernandez. 3-1. Had the shift on Ryan there to make the play. 2 outs.
That's the second and third, and a big opportunity for the Mariners.
Drives one, left center field, hanging up in the air for Trayvon Robinson. Another quick inning for Felix Hernandez. 10 pitches here in the second inning. There's a high, towering fly ball, short right field. Thames coming in. It's off the bat of Jose Lobaton, the backup catcher. 1 out.
Absolutely.
Bleed one. Swing and a miss. Johnson. And Jason will throw down the Smoke to complete the play. 2 down, 2 strikeouts for Felix Hernandez. Sean Rodriguez. Coming in is Trayvon Robinson. Felix 7 pitches again. You want to talk about efficiency? 7 in the first, 10 in the second, 7 in the third. 3-2 pitch. Flipped it right to Seager. 1 down. Here's the pitch up. Got him! Struck him out. Third K for Felix. 11 up, 11 down. The 2-2 pitch. Hey, he struck him out. 12 up, 12 down for Felix Hernandez. His 4th strikeout. He's rolling. Up the 5th. Ackley there. 1 down. 2-2 to Zobrist. To left center field and deep. Pretty good carry, but Trayvon Robinson there makes the catch. He's got a 1-2 pitch to Carlos Pena. Breaking ball, hit back. Jaso will take it. That'll do it. Perfect through 5. Felix Hernandez, what an afternoon. 1-0. 2-2. Struck him out. That's strikeout number 5. 16 up, 16 down for the King. 0-2. Say goodnight. Elliott Johnson gone. Strikeout number 6. 2-2 to Rodriguez. Strike 3 call. He's our guy. He's the king. He's Felix Hernandez. Perfect through 6.
All day long.
2-2. Down to Ackley. Got the play made. 1 out. 19 up, 19 down. Ryan rolls across 2 down. 20 up. 20 down. 2 count of the ball game. Payoff pitch. Ground ball fair. Smokes got it. We're getting into nitty-gritty time, folks. Felix perfect through 7. It's 1-0 Mariners. Away and deep for Longoria. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball struck him out. Number 8 for Felix Hernandez. A ball and 2 strikes to Ben Zobrist. Swing! He struck him out! That's strikeout number 9. 23 up, 23 down. The 1-2 pitch from Felix. Hey, he struck him out! Strikes out the side. He's 3 outs away from immortality. It's 1-0 Felix and the Mariners. The 1-2 to Jennings. Oh, him out! Yeah! 25 up, 25 down. 4 strikeouts in a row, 11 for the ball game. 1-2. The King deals to Keppinger. Ground ball, Ryan. Scoop, throw, got him, 2 outs. The Seattle Mariners, Felix Hernandez, the 2-2. He got him! 34 years, 119 games. It's finally happened. A perfect game by a Seattle Mariner. It was done by the King, Felix Hernandez. The 23rd perfect game in Major League history. 3rd this year, Matt Cain of the Giants. Philip Humber did it here in Seattle against the Mariners, and now Felix Hernandez. He puts his name in the record books with a perfecto. Yes, indeed. You couldn't ask for a better guy to get it done. Is he the best or what? Truly the King of Seattle.
The Nationals had the best record in the MLB, led by a great pitching staff and a Rookie of the Year, Bryce Harper. They would lose in the NLDS, but DC was ready to see a champion emerge. In 2013, the Mariners continued to wallow near the bottom of the division. Luckily for them, the Astros were moved to the AL West, meaning the Mariners didn't finish at the bottom.
Perennial all-star, guy that's put up fantastic offensive numbers. Quite an addition to any organization, and we are certainly very, very proud here that Robinson Cano is part of the Seattle Mariners today. To our fans, to this community, quite frankly, very historical. So with that, I want to congratulate him and welcome to the Seattle Mariners. You can open the statement.
In the NL East, the Nationals may have finished with an 86-76 record and missed the playoffs, but Steven Strasburg continued to show his value, along with Bryce Harper. In 2014, for the first time since 2009, the Mariners finished above 500 as Kyle Seager, King Felix, and Robinson Cano led the team to a positive record.
And the pitch to Kyle, swing a high drive.
Right field, giddy up, baby, giddy up.
Springer going back, looking up. Goodbye, baseball.
Go on, say goodbye to that 8-game losing streak. Kyle Seager's back.
Mariners come back and win.
He's ready. The 0-2 pitch to Chris. Starts him out. Mariners win the ball game 6-4. Shoot that arrow in the sky. The Mariners move into first place. Kings 3-2 to get out. Hit hard, base hit.
Running hard. As soon as they see this point in the outfield grass, he takes off. Look how early he gets it. Casual throw in, and Donnelly continues to send him. A little bit of an in-between hop.
ready. 3-2 pitch. Got him. All game
But they only finished in third in their division, as they still lacked some pieces. The Nationals had valuable pieces spread across the whole team, including Steven Strasburg, who led the NL.
Seattle now has something they haven't had in a while: expectations. The strong season by their standards now has them thinking big. A nice contract given out to a legitimate power bat in Nelson Cruz, the continued prime of King Felix, a stud prospect in Taijuan Walker, and the most talent the organization has had since 2001. There's no way the punches break through a foot of protection.
While the Nationals made the biggest signing in franchise history by signing Max Scherzer to a huge 7-year deal. Also, they traded for prospects Trey Turner and Joe Ross. With Bryce Harper having one of the best seasons of the modern era, the Nationals were looking to beef up their team before a future playoff run. So, they traded for Jonathan Papelbon. Well, they ended up missing the playoffs. But the Nationals continued to make moves. They signed Daniel Murphy to a 3-year deal, and they signed Steven Strasburg to a 7-year deal worth $175 million. Let's see what Dustin Ackley is up to. He's a bench player for the New York Yankees, who was producing negative value for the Mariners before he was traded. What a difference one pick can make.
Here in the booth is the new general manager, the Seattle Mariners, Jerry Dipoto. Welcome, Jerry. Good to see you, man.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Good to have you with us. This day has been a whirlwind for you. Just tell me what that part of it has been like so far.
It's been tremendous. I mean, just meeting new people. It's been a pure joy for me. So right about now. Here we go. James Jones.
Carter's been doing a lot of damage against us for years.
Oh, I've been on the receiving end as well.
Yes. Okay. All right. So what's your biggest challenge to get this club going, as we like to say, in the right direction?
You know, mostly for me right now, it's getting a chance to know the people who I'm going to work with every day, from Lloyd and the staff to the players on the field to the front office and baseball operations group, and figure out where we need to make change. Because change is inevitable. It happens, and we'll do some of that on the field of play. We'll do some of it in the front office operation, and we'll make some tweaks. I do believe that this is an opportunity here with a core team that has a chance to go win championships, and we're going to build around this group sooner rather than later.
Jerry, what are some of the things that you like about Seattle?
Love the city, love the ballpark. And this is, to me, a timeless ballpark that gives you every chance to win.
Does the city go all the way back to your playing days?
It does.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, another ballpark.
Yeah, the Kingdom.
As you remember well.
Yeah.
But I came here in the early 90s with the Indians at the old Kingdom, and then later through the initial years of interleague play when we just played in the West,
right,
and spent some more time at the Kingdom. This is a little easier to pitch right here.
It's played by Seager, 2 down.
As you can see, you're already in pretty good shape at third.
No, I was actually saying to Tom Allison downstairs while we were talking, Kyle Seager watched him play since he was at North Carolina. Great teams he played on there, but loved the player, loved the style, loved the heart, and he's turned into an absolute star.
If you had to, I know we've been watching the club, but if you had to look at something right now just going into the winter, what would be the most important thing that you think you need to address with this team?
I'd say it's probably twofold. One would be depth overall, but most specifically depth on the pitching staff. There needs to be more players behind, Felix and Walker and Iwakuma. Nuno's done a nice job, and we have to create more depth in the bullpen, layers in the bullpen. We also have to get a little bit more athletic. We have to be able to cover more ground, and the two combined will help us prevent runs, which I think is very important.
Got to ask you this: what about the manager, Lloyd Whitcomb? What's the status there?
Lloyd, I got to meet with him yesterday. We had a couple hours together. I've spent a lot of years around Lloyd, but I got to know him very well. And the way I put it is, I'm a very positive person. I told Lloyd this yesterday. I'm honest as the day is long, I think. And
you'll get a chance to prove it.
Yeah. And I told Lloyd when I got here, I have no predispositions. The glass is half full. We're going to have to get to know each other's baseball. I think we will.
Good strike out there by Nuno. Keep Jerry Dipoto here. Once we get into the next half inning, Mariners lead at 2-1. We'll be right back with the new GM of the Mariners.
And to create a baseball foundation for a team that is worthy of playing in this facility. So I look forward to the challenges. There will be challenges. I say this every day, so I'll say it to you today. I don't know what mistake I'm going to make today, but I'm going to make one. I'm going to make one tomorrow too. I just hope they're not very big mistakes. And we'll learn to minimize those, maximize the successes, and find a way to make this organization a championship organization, and then to sustain that. My baseball philosophy is to build flexibility, build versatility, create balance, and that will lead to sustainability. I believe that starts today. As Kevin said, the foundation here is fantastic. Elite level players like Felix Hernandez and Robinson, Nelson Cruz, Kyle Seager, to say the least. Young guys like Brad Miller, Mike Zunino, Chris Taylor, who I do think, Ketel Marte, who are really solid pieces to the future building. And a guy that I think has a chance to shoot the moon, Taiwan Walker. It is a really nice group of young players. And our job as a baseball operation will be to surround that group with as good a foundational core as we can and create as much balance on the roster as possible. And many of you are going to have questions about where we go from here. I'm hoping that I can answer all of them. But what I can tell you is that we want to create a model here that is something that can be sustained year in and year out, where we have a steady flow of young players coming from the minor league system. Don't want to quarter that off to just through the draft. You get young players from a lot of different avenues. You get them via the draft and international signings. Right now, the doors are wide open on the international professional play, the Cuban markets in the Far East. They are important to tap into. You also acquire these players via trade. You can create a farm system, so to speak, via trade and create multiple layers of player in your system. And I'm looking forward to that challenge. I think it's something, an area I've excelled at in the past, and I believe we'll do it again here. There'll be areas where we improve quickly. There'll be other areas where it's going to require some time. And minor league player development takes a little bit of time. That's a slow build, and it takes time for that to develop. Major league roster foundation is here, and what we need to do is work in the in-between. And as I said during my visit with Lloyd McClendon yesterday, which I consider to be a very positive meeting with Lloyd and I said to Lloyd,
what I don't know. So leaning on coaching staff, those guys are really going to have a voice. What I do know is dealing with players and how to connect with them. And you're going to hear me say a lot, connect. And the reason I say that word is we talk a lot about communicating. Communicating is talking to people, but it's a two-way street. And on the other side of that, you have to listen. And I think a lot of times we don't maybe listen to the players enough. So that's connecting. You're talking to them, but you're also listening. And that's what I look forward to.
Scott, how much of that comes from your playing experience, and how much of that comes from the roles you've taken on after your playing career is done?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think there's a reason, the catchers end up in the dugout. You all see it. Mike Matheny, Brad Ausmus, Mike Socha. I mean, there's a long list of catchers that end up in the dugout because you're used to dealing, on both sides of the ball, with the pitchers and kind of the psyche that pitchers have at times, but also adapted and understanding the offensive game. So being able to talk to all different players comes from that. I think there's a certain thing when you're talking to a player-to-player level, much different when you're talking from, farm director or assistant GM level. But the key is to get players to trust you, and it takes time to build trust. And it'll take time here too. But players here are hungry. They want to win. They want to get back in the postseason. I believe I know the American League West almost as good as anybody. I've worked on a few of those clubs, so I think we'll be able to put our arms around it.
I mean, it's hard to explain, put into words the year. I mean,
can't say enough about our team, the competitive spirit.
Escobar, the tie-in run at third base. 2 outs, bases loaded. Seager snares it, gets up, long throw, and Mariners win! That's just enough. It's a 4-2 ball game. First hit in the big leagues for Guillermo Heredia.
Swing, and this is cross right field.
Electric Eddie Diaz taking over. 2-2 pitch to Bradley. Swing! Here's the 0-2 pitch from Diaz.
It's on here in Seattle. The electric one, Edwin Diaz with his first big league save.
And he makes the catch! Up against the wall, crashes into the fence, falls to the warning track. Springer looking up, and a grand slam!
Pitcher used by Toronto, fly ball plenty deep. Here comes Heredia. The throw is not in time. Mariners win it.
Thanks for being here once again as we get set for the final 4 games. Can you believe it? The final 4 games of the regular season. Mariners a big win yesterday in Houston. We're going to go through that in a few moments. Can you imagine? You just close your eyes for a moment and think about what Safeco Field might be like. You know, with everything on the line, with Felix on the mound.
Mike drives it. Left field. Carry Mayday. Go,
Mike Zunino getting this crowd into the ball game and breathing some life into the Mariners' postseason hopes.
Up the middle. Here comes Martin. He's going to score. The Mariners leading 3-1 on Clark's base hit by Ketel Marte.
The 1-2 pitch from Diaz, swing and a miss, strike 3. It's over. The Mariners hang on and they win it. 3-2 over the A's to keep their postseason hopes alive.
It's another one. Deep to center field. Got Carey getting up and going. Robinson Counts on fire. That's deep to center. That's got a chance. Jumping. It's off the top of the fence.
I think it absolutely went in. There's not going to be a problem with that, but we'll see.
The 1-1 pitch, swing and a pop-up into shallow right field. Cano going out, backpedaling. Robbie's there. He's got it, and the ball game is over. The Mariners win it 5-1 over the Oakland A's, and with 2 games left in the regular.
Safeco Field, the scene of a critically important game here tonight in Seattle under cloudy skies, but the roof is keeping its stride as we welcome you to Mariner Baseball.
The Mariners are in a must-win situation.
Iwakum, the thing that he's done best against the A's this year, just 3 walks in the 26 innings that he has pitched.
Right on the line here for the Mariners, trying to get into the playoffs, and they gotta have this one. The Athletics and the Mariners' first pitch is straight ahead.
Deals the first pitch of the ball game to Marcus Semien, and it's popped foul back.
Runners at the corners, first 2 men aboard here in the second inning. And there's a base hit center field. Mariners lead 1-0. Beats it out, run scored 2-0 Mariners. It's hit pretty well deep right center field. Watch that, baby, get out of here!
baby's gone.
The A's lead 7-4.
Struck him out. Gotta win this game to stay alive in a playoff hunt. To this crowd. 2 to Cano. Base hit up the middle. Robbie Cano comes through again at 7-5. It's time, Michael. It is time.
Cruz, the tying run at the plate. Here's the pitch.
You get into these kind of games and you need your big time stars to come up big, and that's exactly what has happened in this ball game.
I'm so confident that I'm unstoppable today.
Swinging a line drive, base hit into right field. Freeman rounding third, heading home. Olsen scored to the plate, will be late. Freeman scores, standing up. The Mariners have tied it. The Mariners continue to fight.
We're talking to Philadelphia at number 1. We're talking to so-and-so at number 2, number 3. And then it just kind of went like, okay, I'm feeling like they're kind of slipping off. And I felt like it was because they didn't feel like I really had power.
His whole motivation the whole time was, I want to go to a team that wants me, and specifically wants me. And that was his whole thing.
With the 11th selection of the 2016 MLB Draft, the Seattle Mariners select Kyle Lewis, an outfielder from Mercer University in Macon, Georgia.
It was like, fireworks went off. We all just jumped up and hollered when you hear his name, you see it on TV. So it was just a lot of fun.
So I get picked at 11 and I was just hyped. All that stuff about, slipping and they were questionable, like I didn't even care at that point. I was just like, man, let's go. That was a beautiful feeling, like able to kind of see something come a little bit full circle, it was kind of cool.
Kyle Lewis, the Mariners thrilled to have him.
I think the Mariners were shocked that this guy was available at the 11th pick, but this is what a number 1 draft pick looks like.
He called us at about midnight and said, hey, we got to head for Seattle in the morning. Kenny and I packed up and we went with him, so it all happened really, really fast. That afternoon, as soon as the plane landed, we're in a car headed to the doctor for his physicals. Then we're back to the stadium for a game, meeting the major league players, and meeting the stars, Kyle Seager, Robbie Cano, and those guys. In 24, 48 hours, so much was happening.
Man, that was a whirlwind. Like I can't even really remember it because I was so nervous, and I had to hit BP, but I didn't have any equipment. Robinson Cano actually ended up letting me use his shoes and his bat. I go out there and I'm hitting with his bat, but I don't know how to put the pointer on the bat because I never use a wood bat without a grip. He gave me these all white batting gloves and I'm like smudging them up with tar, and like the tar's not even making the bat sticky. Like it's just making the bat slippery. I laugh about it now, but at the time I was freaking out. I'm like, if I get in this VP and throw this bat because it slips out my hand, like I'm just gonna have to duck my head and walk off. And they're like, no, let's see what he can do. Like, throw it up and in so he can hit some homers. But I've never like hit homers in BP, so I'm like, oh God, no. I'm hitting good, but like the bat's slippery, so I'm holding on for dear life for the bat. Finally hit like one homer, like left center, and everybody gets all hyped, like yeah. Like ever since that moment, I always thought about that. Like, all right, like they're gonna have to see it in the game. And right now, I feel like I'm just on an upward progression every year. And so for me, it's just, one of those things where I can't wait to get working and get it going.
"13 years with the Seattle Mariners. From the day I got drafted to my first at-bat in the Kingdom to the 95 playoffs. From my first trip back to Seattle as a member of the Reds, and then my return to Seattle in 2009 to my retirement in 2010, Seattle, Washington has been a big part of my life. There are so many things, great things that I could talk about, but we'd be here all day. So I'm going to leave you with one thing. Out of my 22 years, I learned that one team will treat you the best, and that's your first team. I'm damn proud to be a Seattle Mariners. The two misconceptions of me are I didn't work hard and everything I made it look easy. Just because I made it look easy doesn't mean that it was. And you don't work hard and become a Hall of Famer by not working day in and day out. I want to thank my family, my friends, the fans, the Reds, the White Sox, and the Mariners for making this kid's dream come true.
The Nationals made the playoffs, but once again lost in the NLDS. But Max Scherzer did win the NL Cy Young Award. In 2017, the Mariners once again finished under 500, while the Nationals kept making moves. They traded for White Sox player Adam Eaton, parting with top prospect Lucas Giolito, and they completed a mid-season trade for Sean Doolittle and Ryan Madsen to solidify the bullpen. However, once again, the Nationals lost in the NLDS. Although Steven Strasburg did strike out a career-high 15 batters earlier in the season, while Dustin Ackley was in the minor leagues with the Angels organization. Oh, and Max Scherzer once again won the NL Cy Young Award. I feel like that signing ended up working out for the Nationals. In 2018, the Mariners actually had a bit of a revitalized season. They traded for D. Gordon and signed Ichiro Suzuki after he spent the past few years in New York and Miami. The team finished with an 89-73 record, but missed the playoffs once again.
Armstrong 2-2 to Alberto. And fly ball left field. Mabin's under it, and that is going to do it for the 2018 season, everybody. Mariners win it 3-1, and the Mariners get their 89th win. It's the 6th most wins in franchise history. And so concludes the 2018 season.
I want the Mariners to be great. Was this Mariner team great? Are they on the precipice of being great?
How did they get to be?
You have to, I believe you've got to get worse to get great. And I know, Curtis, you agree with me on this, but I think that you have to find a way to use the assets that you have to make your team great. And that means trading Haniger, trading Diaz, trading Gonzalez, trading Segura, trading Paxton, trading anybody on your team that you think can help bring back players that can be part of a legitimate nucleus in 3 to 5 years that can make you great. Not good, but great. And if you don't want to do that, you probably got to go spend a tremendous amount of short-term money. And I don't think history is behind that as being a successful strategy.
Mike Zunino will be an all-star with the Tampa Bay Rays. You can book that.
Oh, I can't wait.
In 2 years or less, he will be an all-star, and you can book it. He's going to hit like 224, but he's going to hit 35 bombs in that place. He's going to be the best defensive catcher in baseball, which he was this last season with 12 runs saved, and a pitching staff that is absolutely going to love him. He's going home to where he's originally from, where he was the Golden Spikes Award winner, where he was the number 3 pick in the draft, and he's going to turn into a tremendous player. You can book that right now on November
I'll take those
8th
odds.
of 2018.
I'll take those odds.
Okay.
I'll take them just fine.
Oh, good.
Mike Zunino's a good defensive player, and unfortunately, catcher isn't a position where you get defensive replacements. He's got some power. He swings and misses more than almost any player I've ever watched, at least from my eye test, and I'm not going to miss watching him for 1 second.
On Monday, November 19th, the Yankees made an instant upgrade to their starting rotation by acquiring left-handed pitcher James Paxton from Seattle in exchange for 3 minor leaguers, headlined by top overall pitching prospect Justice Sheffield.
Sheffield. Obviously, a lot of hype for years about him. We know about this prospect hype. A lot of times it pans out. A lot of times it does not. They obviously decided that he wasn't worth it. They move on and take a chance on Paxton as opposed to waiting for the potential in Sheffield to develop. What do you think their read is on Sheffield?
I think they dodged a bullet by getting him out of town before he lost more value, because this is somebody who, he was high on the prospect list. The left-handed pitcher. Recently, right? Yeah, he was an untouchable guy, but they weren't impressed by him in AAA last year as he was having trouble throwing strikes. The Yankees had a clear need for pitching, obviously, during the season, both rotation and bullpen at different times, and they just didn't see it with Sheffield. They even brought him up in September just to see if he could force his way into that playoff picture as this dynamic rookie to burst on the scene. He couldn't, and they frankly just looked at him and they said, this isn't a player who really excites us. So the fact that they found another organization that apparently was excited by Justice Sheffield is lucky for them, because I don't think he was ever going to have as much value as he had.
The Mariners have made what appears to be a mega deal. Not done yet, hasn't been officially announced, but it sure sounds like we know the details at this point. They'll be sending Robinson Cano and Edwin Diaz plus cash to the New York Mets. They get back a package that includes a couple of the Mets' top prospects, Jared Kelenic and Justin Dunn, both of whom are number 1 picks, first-round picks. In Kelenic's case, number 6 pick in the draft just a year ago, really big-time prospect. In Dunn's case, he was more of a back half of the first-round guy. He was actually a player that they may have taken instead of Kyle Lewis if Lewis hadn't fallen to them at that pick a couple of years ago. So let me just tell you this and give me a moment or two here. I feel good about this.
Yeah.
I generally feel pretty good about what the Mariners have done yesterday. It's not perfect. It's not an A+. It's not an A. It's probably a B+, A- for me.
Okay.
Based on what they could have gotten for Diaz versus what they did. But I'll give you 3 reasons why I feel pretty good about it. Number 1, legit talent. They are getting back 2 first-round picks who are young, who are in their time frame. They are legitimate talent, and Kelenic especially he's the big piece of this deal. He is, by all accounts, a baseball-obsessed leader. And when you're trying to not only rebuild your talent base, but also trying to change culture in your organization, getting a guy who is as baseball-obsessed as Kelenic, in addition to being really good, is a great, great thing. Number 2 for me, and why I like this, they rid themselves of Cano. And it had to happen. And I know there are people who think this is a salary dump. Yeah, they are going to lose some salary, which is good news. But more than that, it's personality dumping. Yeah. You are trying to change the culture of your clubhouse, which is why a guy like Kelenic is so important, and why it is also important to move on from Robinson Cano. You're clearing the clubhouse so that you can start again. This is more like getting rid of Richard Sherman and Michael Bennett. Mm-hmm. It's saying it's time for, now in baseball, it's not quite as easy as that. You can't just cut a guy and be like, we'll just move on. Right. You actually have to find a taker, and Cano has he has no trade rights, and there's only a couple places he's going to go, so your options are limited. But you found a taker for Robinson Cano. That was deemed to be impossible. Third reason, and I think if you're a Mariner fan, this is the thing that you should really enjoy, in addition to how good Kelenic and some of these other guys may be. The baseball operations people that I've talked to in and around the Mariners are happy. That's really important, because if you're skeptical of the deal, your big fear is, quote unquote, ownership forced them to get rid of the Cano salary, and that they had to throw Diaz in order to do it. That's your fear. Well, the baseball ops folks were happy. They felt like it was about talent. They felt like ownership let them do their thing and maximize the amount of talent in this deal. So it really becomes about baseball, not about money.
With the 6th selection of the 2018 MLB Draft, the New York Mets select Jared Kelenic, an outfielder. Jared's an outfielder from Waukesha West High School in Waukesha, Wisconsin. The San Diego Padres have the next selection.
Jared Kelenic is the first Badger State product ever drafted in the top 10. And here's the spotlight.
Jared Kelenic. I play center field. I'm from Waukesha, Wisconsin. I'm somebody that brings a lot of passion to the game, but sometimes I like to mess around at the same time. What some people don't know about me is I like romantic movies. Heart Attack by Demi Lovato. Make me want to act like a girl, pay my dues and wear high heels. Yes, you make me so nervous that you just can't hold your hand.
Oh, I draft him too.
Why y'all do that to him? He's going to New York City.
Well, it worked out for Brandon Nimmo. How about this? This Louisville commit played on a travel team this spring instead of his high school team because of the tough weather in Wisconsin. And Nimmo was from Wyoming and didn't play high school baseball. It worked out with Nimmo. We'll see if it works out with Kelnick. Bill Ripken standing by with more on Jared Kelnick.
Okay, pure hitter and gamer. I got a first-hand look at this guy in Chicago. The home run derby in that game. He didn't advance. My man was hacked. He wants to play. He wants to compete. And when I look at this guy, they talk about, for his age, maybe the best pure hitter in the draft. This swing is easy. He has a good idea at home plate. During the game that night, base hit the other way right here on a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. He said, "Hey, Tristan, I'll see you in June at the draft, big fella. I won't see you too long here, though, because I'm running. I'm gone. I'm stealing the bag." My man can hit. He can play the game. And this play really jumped out at me. Going to the corner in Wrigley, making this play and making this throw into second base is awesome. This is a big league ballpark. That's deep down the right field corner. Great angle, great understanding of the game. So this kid, Jared Kelnick, I think he's going to get into the minor league system. I think he's going to swing the bat. He's going to prove to people he knows how to play the game. And more importantly, he wants to play the game every single day.
That's a great breakdown. Bill saw him firsthand. You know, Bill does that Under Armour All-American game out in Chicago every year, so he gets a chance to see this guy. Look, I watched him in a few of these showcase-type games. I love the fact he's athletic. I've heard he's compared to a Grady Sizemore type of body. But when I watched him swing just outside of a game in BP, he reminded me of the power of like a Logan Morrison type swing. So this kid's very athletic. I don't know what they're going to end up doing with him, but he's going to get in the system and go. And I love the fact there's a lot of upside. You heard about his story of not playing different games and stuff like that because of the weather. And I think the upside is still sitting right there perfectly for him.
The 14th selection of the 2018 MLB draft, the Seattle Mariners select Logan Gilbert, a right-handed pitcher from Stetson University in DeLand, Florida.
Pitching to a 1.72 ERA. This year, he pitched a 2.52 earning with 157 strikeouts in 107 innings.
The ranking we had him at loose, easy arm, and has 4 pitches and throws a ton of strikes. If you look at his stat line over the last 3 years, he misses bats. It's something that we value here. You know, missing bats, doing damage as hitters, and this kid fit every checkpoint of a pitcher that we would want to select. And you know, we're kind of pleasantly surprised that he was sitting there. Well, there was a period during, I guess, March and April. He kind of got caught in between his curveball and his slider. It was more of a slider in Cape Cod, which was something that we were all really excited about, and he went back to it. Kind of started trying to throw a curveball, a little more of a true curveball, so it started blending together. And then I would think, and our guys did a great job, Rob Mumau, Jesse Capellish, the area scout down in Florida, and our Southeast supervisor. This was a kid that we came out and were really excited about. He had about a month period of a dead arm period where people in the industry started getting him off of him, even myself, to be quite honest. And those two guys rallied the troops and said, "Hey, you need to get back down here." And as of, 2 weeks ago, I think the day before I left for Seattle, I went to go see him again, and his stuff was pretty much back to where it was in the summer. So we're catching a guy on the uptick. He's just turned 21, so he's a young college performer and college athlete. So we have a lot of time on our side, and we got some upside in a college pitcher.
We really didn't anticipate moving Robbie Cano, and as a result, we didn't really anticipate moving Edwin. But the rest of it is much by design, and I can't say as we're completely done yet, but I think most of the heavy lifting is done, and I think all the guys that we have acquired, starting, J.P. Crawford is going to play at 24 years old this year. Justin Dunn's going to play at 23 years old. The only player that we have acquired in the last month who might be pressed to get on the front side of that window is Jared Kelenic. Everybody else should be kind of making their way towards Seattle, if not immediately, then certainly by midseason 2020, which was the absolutely.
Hi everyone. My name is Yusei Kikuchi of the Seattle Mariners. I'm very happy to be here. Today is a very special day for my family and I. Thank you for my family and amazing wife Rumi, my friends, my high school coach, and my mentor, Mr. Sasaki, for supporting me every day. Playing in the big league has been a dream of mine since I was 15 years old. Thank you, Sir Bryans, for letting me go on and dream my dream. Miners ownership and Mr. Depoto and Mr. Service, thank you for this new journey. And to my new teammates, I can't wait to meet you guys soon. Thank you.
Gut reaction, Joel Sherman, Dan O'Dowd, John Flaherty with us. Mariners signing Yusei Kikuchi from Japan, 3 years, $43 million, $56 million guaranteed, and then there's more to that deal than even that. It could go on and on. There's a 4-year option after that. Joel, your thoughts?
Mariners open against Oakland in Tokyo next year. I bet you Mr. Kikuchi starts one of those two games.
Okay, the other thing.
I think he reads like a solid number 3 starter. Pitch mix similar to Corbin, 85% fastballs and sliders. Concern, he's a 6-foot left-hander. Will strike out more guys here than over there because there's no launch revolution in Japan. It's more contact.
Okay.
I like the deal because the organization gets 3 or 4 years to kind of evaluate what he's going to be and then make a big-time decision after that. Obviously, in a rebuild, it's going to take some time.
Mariners acquire Reds prospect Shed Long yesterday in what was essentially a 3-team deal that sent centerfield prospect Josh Stowers to the Yankees. Stowers had been a second-round pick a year ago, an athletic kid with a lot of personality. I'm a little bummed. I really liked him. On the other hand, Shed Long actually looks really, really good. He immediately becomes a top 7 or 8 prospect in the Mariners farm system, depending on who you're reading. He also plays a position that they have a lot more need for. Honestly, he and Stowers have a lot in common. They both are athletic. They both have a little bit of pop. But Long is A, closer to the big leagues, which fits their window better, and B, plays the infield instead of the outfield, which is something they have a lot of need for.
Well, here's what baseball needs to know. If you want to get a deal done, just bring Jerry Dipoto in. Because it sure feels like this entire Major League Baseball offseason, before the even winter meetings began, has been about one team and one team only. And that is the Seattle Mariners. And, you know, if Sonny Gray needs to get traded, hey, can we call Jerry up? I think Jerry could find a way to get a 3-team deal done and find a way to move enough pieces. Hey, by the way, why don't you hire Jerry Dipoto as a consultant, put a little more cash in the Mariners' back pocket, and he will go get you a deal for Manny Machado, for Bryce Harper, for the rest of the guys. Just bring Jerry in because Jerry is a deal maker and spins yet another one yesterday.
The Nationals actually regressed a little bit, barely finishing above 500. Could this finally be a swap in fortunes for these two teams?
One of the all-time greats, not just in Japan, but in the history of Major League Baseball. He is back with the Mariners, and who knows, for a couple games, maybe more, but Ichiro, the center of attention here in Tokyo as we get this 2019 MLB season started. Nothing leads.
Now we'll pause as Ichiro makes his way to home plate, and you'll hear a thunderous applause.
Tonight's batter for the Mariners, right fielder, number 51, Ichiro Suzuki.
Looks pretty natural to have him back in that Mariners uniform, doesn't it? Really does. 45 years old.
And here comes the 1-0. Swung on high, fly ball. Didn't get it. Shallow right center. Backing up on it is Profar. And the second baseman will squeeze it.
He's going to get cheered for that.
And right there you see the frustration of Ichiro.
Now Ichiro stands in. Ichiro saw two pitches from Fires. Ball one, then he popped up to shallow right on the second offering.
Another 3-2. It is in the dirt. Ball four. Ichiro will take his base. There's the manager for the Mariners, Scott Service, who has made the call to right field.
And Ichiro is coming off the field. And so are the rest of the Mariners to applaud Ichiro. And Ichiro hugging his teammates as he comes across the line.
And you have to wonder, will these be the final two games that we will see number 51 put on a uniform for the Seattle Mariners? But Ichiro is out of the ball game, and it's now the Mariners 7.
The fans filing in and looking forward to seeing one of their all-time greats. Ichiro is here as tonight the Tokyo Dome plays host to the Seattle Mariners and the Oakland A's.
And here comes Ichiro, and listen to the ovation for number 51 here in Tokyo.
ここはセカンドフライです。2019年
Hit it hard but foul. And the oohs and ahs by the crowd of 50,000 wanting to see Ichiro come up with a big base hit.
Ball 4, Ichiro will take his base.
The Seattle Mariners are up next inside their draft room. This is a farm system ranked 14th overall by Baseball America. Tonight representing the M's. A guy that Harold you know rather well, Bill Swift in the house.
Nasty synchro. What's up, Swifty?
Yeah, he was second overall by the M's in 1984. He played 7 seasons with the Seattle Mariners.
Changed the direction of the organization, the guy.
Oh, maybe this next pick will. There you go.
With the 20th selection of the 2019 MLB Draft, the Seattle Mariners select George Kirby, a right-handed pitcher from Elon University. The Atlanta Braves have the next selection.
There are pitchers with plus control. Then there's George Kirby. Listen to these numbers. 88 in the third innings. The best strike thrower in this draft class, fanned 107, and he walked 6. All year, 6. Those numbers obviously caught Trevor Bauer's player's eye.
George Kirby, 6'3" righty out of Elon, 91 to 93 fastball right now, but he's shown the ability to bump it into the mid to high 90s at times. He's clean overall mechanically, but a couple small tweaks here and there should allow him to bump that cruising velocity up into the 93 to 95 range, which as a righty in today's game will be extremely important for him moving forward. He's a fastball, changeup, curveball, slider type of pitcher, and he's shown elite feel for all of those offerings. His season walk totals actually look more like one game for me, which is impressive on its own. But when you add in the strikeouts, more than a strikeout per inning, it gets even more exciting. He doesn't walk people. He misses a lot of bats. He's put together an impressive college career. A lot to be excited about with George moving forward.
Is it just me, or is it scary how good Trevor Bauer is?
Oh, it's scary. He's good, man. Yeah,
it's incredible, and he enjoys it. George Kirby, 6'4", 201 pounds. Carlos Collazo, Baseball America, I want to go to you. He brought something up. If you add velocity, if he can gain velocity, what kind of pitching impact can he make?
Yeah, I think it's going to be fantastic. I mean, we think that he'll have a plus fastball in the future, kind of like Bauer talked about. It's not the most electric with velocity at this point, but he spots it to both sides of the plate really well. He's got plus command, very easy and clean arm action. The best strikeout to walk rate in the country, I believe. He's a guy who can spot all of his pitches. We talk about upside arms. Kirby, I don't think is that, but he's a very high floor pitcher, and that's very valuable.
The 59th selection in the 2000 MLB Draft, the Seattle Mariners select Brendan Williamson, a left-handed pitcher from Texas Christian University. The Atlanta Braves have the next selection.
He was great. He was on our top 100 of the top 200 last year. He was at North Iowa Area Community College. He just wasn't going to be signable away from TCU. He's inconsistent, but when you see him on the right day, he can be 91 to 94. Even touching 96. He uses his height to get good angle on his pitches. He's got a sharp mid-80s slider. He'll show you some depth on a curveball, some tumble on a changeup. He just is still kind of figuring out what kind of pitcher he wants to be. There are times where he almost becomes too much of a finesse guy instead of attacking hitters. But when he attacks hitters with his best stuff, you could see a guy who might fit in the middle of a big league rotation one day. So the upside pick here, I still think there's some untapped potential with him, even though he was at a power program in TCU.
Injury doesn't scare anyone else off?
Yeah, it's got to scare a little bit.
A little bit?
2 hits?
A lot.
Yeah, the medicals have to come back glowing after surgery in both hips.
Well, they have to be okayed, right, by your medical stuff.
Yeah.
Even to take him in the second round. Maybe if he's clean bill of health, we're talking about him as a first rounder with that kind of upside.
And with the 76th selection of the 2019 MLB Draft, the Seattle Mariners select Isaiah Campbell, a right-handed pitcher from the University of Arkansas Fayetteville. Colorado Rockies have the next selection.
I mean, what a journey this kid's life has been. Born in Portugal to an Air Force family. He lived in Portugal, Germany, Turkey, before settling in Arizona, and then Kansas, where he attended high school.
And went to Arkansas.
He's a Friday night starter. He was their guy. So he matched up with all the best starters in the SEC. He performed very well this year.
I mean, he profiles as a guy that would make the trip to Secaucus, New Jersey to be here on draft night. Isaiah Campbell goes 76th overall.
Mariners fans, I am so fortunate to have two homes, Puerto Rico and Seattle. Seattle fans, thank you for always being there for me. Since 1987, you gave me your unconditional support, and it was even more prevalent in the last 10 years. The support you gave me over the social media really helped me to get here today. Thank you, Mariner fans. You are the best fans I could ever hope for. I am so glad that I stayed with you till the end of my career. I love you, Seattle fans. Thank you. This is a day I never could have ever imagined happening when I was growing up in Puerto Rico, or when I was in minor leagues wondering when my chance will come. And honestly, there were times over the last 10 years I wasn't sure what's going to happen. So thank you once again to everyone along the way who made this dream come true. I am so grateful and proud. Thank you.
Now tonight, it is all about the King. King Felix Hernandez on the mound for the final time as he has made his grand entrance from the Mariners bullpen inside the home dugout. And what a King's court we have. What a sight here inside T-Mobile Park. Going from the lower level all the way up to the lights.
And at this moment, here comes Felix Hernandez, steps over the two lines, first base as he works his way out to the mound here for his final appearance here at T-Mobile Park. And the crowd on its feet. And what a sight, looking at the King's Court and the High Court with the gold T-shirts and the placards going. It is a tremendous sight as Felix salutes everybody as he does a little turn around the mound.
And the 2-2 to Murphy. Swing and a miss. Strike three. He got it. 25-22 in the books for Felix.
There's the 1-2 for Felix. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Felix turns and salutes the King's Court and the High Court. What a great moment.
Felix is 3-2. Another ticket punched by the King. Shot to left. Dylan Moore is able to make the catch. Holy smokes! What a catch by Dylan Moore, robbing Pinder and saving 3 runs for the King.
Felix with the 2-2 pitch. Here it is. Swung on. Line drive into the gap. Right center field. Malik Smith right there. Makes the catch. 1 down. Rick, this is almost as emotional as the perfect game back on August 15th, 2012.
This is going to be it. He's going to take his final bow right now.
Well, everybody rising to their feet. Scott Service hearing it from the fans. Felix has thrown 106 pitches. And ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing the culmination of a magnificent Mariners career for Felix Hernandez.
This is the humanity of the game of baseball right here.
Absolutely.
The love and emotion for a player who gave his heart to this city, to this organization. Hugs to all his infielders. Scott Service.
There he comes out with a curtain call. Well deserved as he comes out, crosses the warning track, touches his heart with his right hand up in the air as he spins around and acknowledges everybody in T-Mobile Park, raises his cap up in the left hand, both hands up in triumph with a fist pump.
Oh, my.
This is really something. Congratulations, Felix. You had a magnificent run, buddy.
Now the King making his way towards his disciples.
Felix trying to get some pictures of what's happening right here. And he just gets it. We heard it from Shannon Drayer earlier. He just gets it.
This is reminiscent of Cal and the Streak and going around the entire ballpark. And this is superstar and fan interaction you don't see very often. And a night all about King Felix. largest Kings Court. 28 sections, 10,000 tickets. The only better attended court ever was days after his perfect game, the Supreme Court.
Oh, what a great shot.
How many times do you think you cried tonight?
Right now, the last one was with my brother, and well, a lot. I mean, it was fun. It was fun. I mean, I love this kind of game. You know, I love the fans. I love what they do with the support. I mean, I love my teammates. They was having fun too. So it was a great game all the way around. Well, first of all, I got like 40 texts on my phone, like 35 Instagram DMs, and I don't know how you felt respond every people like tonight. So I want to take it easy. Biggest takeaway, you know what? All this year when I played with Seattle, I mean, I was just having fun. I mean, I just really thanked the organization for opportunity. When I was 16 years old, and I came out in the building when I was 19. And you know what? It's a lot of different things going through my mind right now. I don't even know what to say. I just want to have fun. I just want to have fun. You see me, I was having fun. And that's the main thing, trying to have fun and compete. I mean, I'll have fun. I was thinking about that yesterday. When I was in my bed, I was like, please don't cry. And I was walking to the bullpen. I was like, my eyes was watered down. So please, not right now. Not right now. But it's hard to do it, you know. It's a lot of emotions out there. I mean, I've been here for 15 years, and it's a lot of stuff going on. As soon as they do Kings score, it was unbelievable. I mean, it's the best section in baseball. And today it was rocking, it was popping, it was good.
Hi, Kenny, thanks for joining us.
You got it, BK. Glad to be here.
Like the innovative way you did this, tell us the rationale for signing up long-term one of your AA players.
I guess part of it is Evan is a AA player because he played in AA. we think he is more advanced than that. And frankly, we left our AA team together because it was a really talented team that was having an excellent year. And we wanted to see that team go through and compete for a championship together. Otherwise, Evan would have finished the season at the AAA level and had that experience, along with a couple others on the Arkansas club. But really polished player who does a lot of things well. We trust the person and believe this works out long-term for everybody.
The Seattle Mariners select Evan White.
Just drafted Evan White, University of Kentucky first baseman. It's a good day for the Seattle Mariners. He'll be with the team come next week, and he's going to spend time with the big league team and scout service and taking batting practice on the field.
First time I ever got in a suit before, so it was an exciting day. Brother picked out a little jacket for himself just to have, so Dad got a sport coat and everything. So little kid, I told her I wanted to be a professional baseball player, and she's like, okay, sweetie, that's great. Kind of not thinking, not expecting, your own child would, kind of make the dream come to reality. So, all right, I think we are good to go. Hope I got everything. I think we should be good. Mama.
You're so handsome.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go get the car and we'll get rolling.
Perfect. Right. Sounds good.
Welcome to the Mariners. Thank you very much. There's the fancy Mariner pen. Okay. Congratulations. Thank you. Handshake photo. Outstanding.
This part is probably the more fun part compared to what you've been through so far, because you get to play baseball. So, any other questions? Anything you're nervous about? Or?
He just wants to get to the clubhouse. He's tired.
We're not. I'm going to test it.
Yeah. So,
right there.
And we're done.
Yeah. Oh, that's a beauty.
I met Nelson Cruz, so that was really cool. He's a big dude. I mean, he's humongous, but it was cool to meet him, and I think I'll meet the rest of the guys on the field. How you doing? Nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
That's awesome.
Thank you. How you doing, Evan? Nice to meet you. How you doing? I'm Evan.
Nice, man.
Nice to meet you, man. It's been fun watching you play, man.
Hey, you talk about this and have fun.
Exactly.
That's what it's about.
Absolutely.
This is the group that hits the ball crazy hard.
Oh, man. Good to follow him up. You're right.
Graveman. Remember last year he had Tommy John surgery with the Cubs, missed the entire season pretty much, came back at the end at the minor league level, signed a 1 year, it's actually $2 million contract with that buyout. So the Mariners get him on a short deal, and they hope that coming off Tommy John, he'll be able to contribute.
For the Seattle Mariners, as you know, yesterday the Mariners announced a 4-year contract extension for left-hander Marco Gonzalez. Joining us now, Mariners GM Jared Poto and Marco Gonzalez.
What Marco has been, really since the day he got here, back in 2017, is truly one of the most consistent pitchers in the American League. And over these last 2 seasons, 18-19, has ranked in the top 10 in the league in innings pitched and wins. And, you know, very quietly in WAR, wins above replacement for starting pitcher, which is not to be taken lightly. We found him to be a foundational piece in what we were trying to build. And he does it with a competitiveness that I think drives the team around him, that is perhaps among the 25 guys, we will soon be 26 in our clubhouse, the thing that stands out most about Marco. One of the more competitive players I've run across in doing this job. He's got feel, it's high character, he's prepared, he understands what his job is, and he knows how to mix a series of pitches that limit hard contact and keep hitters off balance among the best in the league at what he does. And at a time where the best pitchers in the league are often throwing 95 to 100 miles an hour, Marco goes out there and does his 90-91 thing and keeps pace with all of them. And I think that's reflective of maybe how he grew up, the way he was taught, and his feel for pitching. So we think this is hopefully the first of multiple of these conferences to discuss where we're going with Marco, and believe he's not just a part of what we're doing on the field, but so critical to developing this young team in the clubhouse. So really glad to keep Marco here for hopefully these next 5 years. I guess 5 years on top of 2020. And we are really happy that he and his family want to be here, because that's how these things happen. So I'll hand it over to Marco.
Yeah. Thanks, Jerry. That's really great of you to say. I think first I want to start by thanking the people in the room who really have been responsible for not only raising me, but teaching me to be a good person, to be a good brother, a man, and a husband. First of all, my lovely wife, who has just been by my side throughout everything that I've been through in baseball and throughout college. Your support means everything to me. I wouldn't do any of this without you. So thank you for everything you do for me. This life is kind of crazy and unpredictable at times, and this is maybe the most predictable moment going forward here. We're in Seattle in our home where we want to be. So I love you, and to the future. To my parents, Frank and Gina, you guys have really shown me how to appreciate what I have and how to work hard and be humble and gracious in everything that I do. And I wouldn't have the determination or the outlook on life without you guys. You guys are, I've said it before, you guys are badass parents. And my mom is a firefighter 10 years. My dad's a minor league pitching coach and the next big league pitching coach for the Colorado Rockies. So I love you guys and thank you very much. My wife's family and my in-laws are here, Don and Linda Zender and her brother Luke. You guys have been an unbelievable support for us in such an unpredictable lifestyle for me and your daughter. And I just want to thank you for just standing by our side, being understanding and being our biggest fans. You guys are amazing. I love you. And then to the rest of my family and friends who have just supported me throughout everything that I've been through, through injuries and bounce back years, the good and the bad. I'm appreciative of everything. And going forward, I just hope to harness that and cherish that and take it with me everywhere I go. To the Mariners and the city of Seattle, I think we found our home. We truly believe that the reason that I'm so competitive and passionate here is because this is our home city. This is the place that we're going to defend and make it our home stadium. So when teams come in here, you can understand why I'm a little fiery and a little feisty sometimes, and I'm sorry about that. But I'm sorry for not being sorry. But I want to say thank you for welcoming me with open arms and really just appreciating the pitcher that I am and the athlete that I am, and I just hope to pay that back and pay it forward to all my teammates, the young guys we have coming up. I know that I have a serious role of leadership on this team, and I don't take that lightly. And all I want to do is win, and I think you know what you're going to get from me every fifth day. So thank you so much for everything you've given me, Jerry. Thank you.
We continue to follow breaking news here on CBS Sports HQ. We are also simulcasting on CBS Sports Network. The latest report now, moving on to the next sport, that Major League Baseball will in fact suspend all operations indefinitely. Of course, a lot of questions. What does that mean? We do not have those details at this time, but we can tell you that all operations are going to be suspended indefinitely.
Today it had been a while, and we forgot each other's names, but it didn't matter, 'cause deep inside the feeling still remained the same. We talked of knowing one before you've met, and how you feel more than you see, and other worlds that lie in spaces in between, and angels you can see, and all the faces that I know have that same familiar glow. I think I must have known them somewhere once before. All the faces that I know, and all the faces we see each and every day. When I get home at
1 for 4th in RBI. Second hit of this early going. Opportunity at knocking here for the Mariners in the 8th. Down a run. Hit hard. Base hit right field. Here comes Lopes. There's a throw. Not in time. Tie ball game. Shed Long with a game-tying single. And we're knotted up at 5-5. Second RBI today for Shed. His second hit today.
Lopes scores and the ball game is tied at 5-5. Shed Long Jr. with a hard ground ball through the right side of the infield. Lopes coming in from second. Down to second goes Nola. Long with his second run batted in of the afternoon. It's now the Mariners 5 and the Astros 5. And so now the Mariners have 2 on in scoring position. Give Long a steal. All tied at 5-5, and the count evens up on Lewis.
Go ahead run at second. And base hit right field. Reddick with the big arm. Nola scores right behind him. Shed Long, he's in there safely.
A great slide. 3 runs are in for the Mariners here in the top of the 8th inning. They lead it 7-5 over the Astros.
So it'll come down to this, 3-2. Mariners up a run, tying run at second. 3-2 pitch to Bregman. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and the Mariners win it 7-6. Taylor Williams, his first big league save. The Mariners end the 15-game losing streak to the Astros. 12 games down in Houston. They needed it. Congratulations, fellas. A base hit into the gap. Scoring easily is Crawford. Lewis to third. Kyle Lewis with. Oh, that's a rocket into the gap. Lewis scores. Singer to third, and here come the Mariners. Tim Lopes with an RBI double. 4-3 Angels. Outfield trap. A couple steps towards right. Outfielder, right fielder straight up. Well struck, deep right center field. Trout watching it, leave the ballpark. A 3-run homer for Dylan Moore. The Mariners have a 6-4 lead. A 2-hit night for Dylan Moore. Boy, he gave that one a ride. This hit field, the Mariners needed that. Solid smash up the middle. What an beat by JP. 2 runs are going to score. The Mariners have a 10-7 lead.
Cutter at 89 miles an hour lifted up for him.
Well, that's a primo at bat.
Yeah, it was.
Look at the snare job by Evan White. 1 out.
Terrific.
Quality as far as I'm concerned.
Look at that.
Way that high-hand coordination he's done there. Got to get that hand in his hand. This should and will do it. Here comes Kyle Lewis. And the Mariners win the ball game. They win it by the final 10-7. It's their second win of the season. They go to 2-4. Angels drop to 2-4. Terrific win tonight, Mike.
This is Kyle Lewis starting the second inning. That ball hit deep to left field and way out of here, up onto the railroad track. Kyle Lewis crushed that.
Got a fastball up in the zone, got the foot down, and then threw the barrel at it. First home run, first run of 2020, first hit of 2020 for Seattle Mariners.
He had 6 a year ago. He's got Justin Verlander in his book.
two deals with the Padres came a little bit unexpected. The Padres had called repeatedly on Austin Nola, and we had repeatedly rebuffed the interest, and ultimately the return just became too big for us to pass up in our minds. So the result of those discussions was understanding their interest in Taylor Williams, which led to the third deal. So a really interesting 72 hours, to say the least. The final days were pretty hectic, especially the last half hour or so.
So that's the haul, and it's pretty incredible. I said Austin Nola was the club's most valuable trade chip by far a couple of weeks back, and we're seeing that play out in this deal. And I said this on Twitter, I'll say it again. I'm floored. I'm floored that Adams had enough value to toss in this deal. I'm floored that Altavilla interested anybody that was ready to win, just because he's so inconsistent. And he's an easy guy to root for, throws hard, and on occasion you just see him dominate. So, wish him well, but I'm surprised that a contender went out and valued two relievers enough with Austin Nola to give up that package. And Munoz, again, he's not going to be 22 till January, so they have some time with him too. It's a significant haul. And I said this to David a few minutes ago. It's highway effing robbery. And another aspect to this and why it's such a huge get for Seattle, Nola cost the Mariners nothing to acquire. The Mariners used, a fifth-round pick in 2014 on Dan Altavilla? And Adams cost Dipoto $70,000 and lefty Nick Wells, who struggled in high A as a 23-year-old last summer. And I get it. Everybody's going to be like, well, where does Trammell fit? We got all these outfielders. We got Kelenic, Rodriguez. Worry about it later. Worry about it later. The Mariners will be able to choose between those four outfielders. And you know what? Maybe there is a way Taylor Trammell, Jared Kelenic, Kyle Lewis, and Julio Rodriguez live on the same roster. That's what the DH is for. That's what the DH is for in 2020 and beyond. It's not for this big guy who can't play defense necessarily. It's, hey, you have this hitter and you want to get this hitter in the lineup? Here you go. It doesn't have to be Nelson Cruz or David Ortiz or Edgar Martinez later in their careers when they just couldn't play the field. It doesn't have to be that at all. And a lot of teams don't do that and don't want to do that. So maybe you see a four-person outfield rotation, a four-man outfield rotation where one of them DHs a lot. That's plausible. Because if they all pan out, you're either going to want to trade one for probably starting pitching or a shortstop or something like that, or you're just going to want to keep them in the lineup. You're going to want to hang on to them and make sure they see the field. DH is a way to do that.
It's an honor and a privilege to present the 2020 Jackie Robinson Rookie of the Year Award in the American League to Kyle Lewis. Welcome to the club, Kyle.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Nice.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Cal Ripken, thank you so much for making this announcement. And there he is with his family and friends behind him. Kyle Lewis is your 2020 American League Rookie of the Year. And let me add this to the moment, a unanimous AL Rookie of the Year. He received all 30 first place votes.
I called my agent and said, I want to go to Seattle. The opportunity there is unbelievable, and I think that young core group of guys is something I wanted to ultimately be a part of. I really got my body in shape, but also, was really able to fine-tune my craft there, really work on my off-speed pitches and be able to just trust myself and be confident in myself. And, that's what I'm ultimately looking to take back to the major leagues and, just be able to take the ball every 6th day and go out and compete, win games.
This morning, Mariners team president Kevin Mather has gone afoul in controversy after some disparaging comments he made about his own players. This as spring training gets underway in Arizona for the Mariners. Q13's Brian Flores in the newsroom with more on what he said and the aftermath from this. Brian, good morning.
All right, a little bit different of a breakdown today because there's no game footage to dissect, but it's still wildly interesting and bizarre and big news in the sports world. Seattle Mariners president, and I think co-owner, part owner, partial owner, he did a appearance with a Rotary Club, and he just was as honest gets, which is bizarre because he said a lot of things that you shouldn't say. In his opening remarks, these were not questions that people asked him, just his opening statements. He said that they survived COVID better than most because of their low payroll and because their TV deal is so good for them, bad for the other side.
Our payroll was as low as it was going to get, thank goodness. And we also have a television deal with Root Sports, and we punch well above our weight on the television deal. We got a lot more than we probably deserved as compared to other similar sized markets. So,
all right. So clearly the Seattle payroll is low. It's not a secret. That's not a surprise. Even him saying it isn't that big of a deal. Everyone knows that they reset or tanked or whatever you want to say. But openly saying that you get more money than you deserve on the TV deal. I'm sure future negotiations are going to be pretty fun when the TV guys can just be like, we're going to do less than last time because that guy said we should. So easy negotiations for Root Sports. Let's move on.
There was no chance you were going to see these young players at T-Mobile Park. We weren't going to put them on the 40-man roster. We weren't going to start the service time clock. You might have seen my big tummy out there in left field. You would not have seen our young players, our prospects, playing at T-Mobile Park.
So if you don't know anything about what he's talking about here, the way baseball works is there's a service time timer. As soon as a young guy gets called up, there's like 3 years of controlled costs. They make the minimum, and then there's 3 years of arbitration, which means they go to an arbiter and they figure out a salary based on how that person has performed and how the people close to him perform. So there's like 6 years of control. Once that service time clock starts, that starts winding down. So a lot of the owners and GMs manipulate that by refusing to call up players until they want to start paying them, I guess. Even if they're crushing the minor leagues, we've seen it a lot. Chris Bryant, Gleyber Torres, a lot of teams do this, and a lot of people have tried to file grievance, and usually the GMs are like, no, he needed to work on his defense. No, he needed to work on off-speed pitches. He needs to see more, and they win the grievance. Tough for him to win the grievance now because he's saying no matter what, there's no way we were going to start that service time clock. He used the exact honest words. It's bizarre. And he does this multiple times throughout the 45-minute session. I have a couple more queued up.
In April, you won't see him on April 1st, but by mid-April, you will see a young
So that's a pitcher he's talking about, saying you won't see him on April 1st, but by mid-April, because once the service time clock gets to the right place, they'll call him up. So, I mean,
on the mound in April, you won't see him on April 1st, but by mid-April, you will see a young man named Logan Gilbert.
So Logan Gilbert, file a grievance.
He's the real deal. He's a top of the rotation pitcher, and I can't wait to see him at T-Mobile Park. And there's a certain pitcher that I won't mention who was in the bullpen at T-Mobile Park during our summer camp. And this is
all right. So this is what I found super interesting. The dude did have a bit of a conscience. Like, he's so open and honest. When he got to this part and he says, there is a pitcher that I'm not going to mention. I was like, what? You're mentioning everything you shouldn't mention. How is this line drawn when all the other lines haven't? Because it gets crazier as we go. He gives enough clues to figure out he's talking about Sam Delaplane. He's telling a story about how Evan White got this huge contract and the union said he shouldn't have signed it. And then he says this pitcher that I won't mention, but we invited him to camp and he's going to come up in 2022. So basically they have his clock figured out. Doesn't matter how Sam Delaplane pitches this year. There's no way he's going to crack the team, what he's saying right now. And he says that Sam Delaplane, a.k.a. the kid he won't mention, said this.
And this was reported by one of the coaches. The players were sitting around talking about Evan White and, he made a mistake signing this long-term deal and da-da-da. And this particular pitcher who is going to be here in 2022, he said, if somebody offers me $23 million guaranteed, find me a pen as fast as you can. I'm signing. So we're going to do that. Our ownership is committed. We're eager to sign these players up. We're willing to take that risk.
So there you go. I mean, Sam, congrats. You might have a contract coming your way. And that's their strategy. It's kind of interesting. He's openly talking about it. Everyone knows it exists, but just openly talking about it. Just like service time manipulation. Everyone knows it exists and they do that. That's not the shocking part. Shocking part that is on video and audio that he knows is being recorded. He just doesn't dance around at all. Just straight up says it. The union has hearts in their eyes right now about all the grievances and all the things they can bring up at negotiations. Let's keep going.
Jared Kelenic, we've been talking about him for a year and a half now. He will be in left field in April. He's a 21-year-old player who is quite confident. We offered him a long-term deal, 6-year deal for substantial money with options to go farther. And after pondering it for several days and talking to the union, he has turned us down. And in his words, he's going to bet on himself. He thinks after 6 years, he's going to be such a star player that the 7th, 8th, 9th year options will be undervalued. He might be right. He might be right. We offered and he turned us down.
I mean, the insight that this Rotary Club is getting is awesome. If you're in Seattle, I mean, are Rotary Club memberships just going to boost up because you get all the inside goods? I mean, that's just him talking about contracts that none of that was public, I don't believe.
Kyle Seager, this
stuff's good. He mentions Kyle Seager a couple times. Kyle Seager has an option next year. They're not picking it up.
Kyle Seager, this is probably his last season as a Mariner.
Okay. I don't think they knew that. Kyle Seager's wife tweeted out, I guess we should put our house on the market because we're not coming back. Really motivating Kyle Seager to keep playing. He brings up Kyle Seager later in the Q&A, and he brings him up to talk about how good of a leader he is, but he opens with this.
And I have to compliment, Kyle Seager is a veteran player. He's probably overpaid.
Why even say that? Why even say that? Like, there's no need to just throw that dig there to the Rotary Club. Next.
We lost $2.9 billion last year, and we have taken the position that there are 180 free agents still out there on February 5th unsigned. And sooner or later, these players are going to turn their hat over and come with hat in hand looking for a contract.
So just actually gets the hat out to use it as a prop. And I don't know who the we is because he says our industry lost $2.9 billion, and we is we the Mariners or is we all the owners? Because if it's the latter, that's crazy collusion. If it's the former, it's just like, dude, you're the losingest franchise. You haven't seen the playoffs in forever. Why are you bragging about lowballing players? Doesn't seem that just bizarre to put that on record. Just bizarre. Yeah, we're going to get the scraps at the end when they come groveling because we refuse to pay them what they're worth. Rotary Club just claps. Hell yeah.
It frustrates me. For instance,
here we go. This is the good stuff. This is what's getting everyone mad. He was asked about players learning English and what are they doing to help players learn English. And here's just a delight of an answer.
We just rehired Iwakuma. Iwakuma was a pitcher for us for a number of years. Wonderful human being. His English is terrible. He wanted to get back into the game. He wanted to, and he came to us, and we quite frankly want him as our Asian scout interpreter. What's going on in the Japanese league? He's coming to spring training, and I made the statement: I'm tired of paying his interpreter. Because when he was a player, we pay Iwakuma X, but we also had to pay $75,000 a year to have an interpreter with him. His English suddenly got better. His English got better when we told him that.
So, all right. One, the whole press conference is him bragging about being cheap and how cheap the Mariners are. They could pay millions of dollars for players, but $75,000 for an interpreter, make that player perform better and feel as comfortable as he can. Terrible. They're bragging about undervaluing, getting more money, getting less money. The whole thing is about business and not baseball and getting cheaper dollars, which it is a business, and I understand that. But, like, to be this upfront about it is just kind of just bizarrely honest. Anyway, this dude needs a dumb interpreter. Like the foreign players, they may be able to speak English in conversations, but they don't want to use broken English in their second language to be put on record when people are recording them. So they'd rather have an interpreter say, reword things. Don't say that. We should say this instead. Help them out to make sure they don't make a fool of themselves. This dude needs a dumb interpreter. Imagine if this Rotary Club spoke Japanese and he had an interpreter there helping him. That interpreter would be nudging him and being like, hey, probably let's not say this. I'll change it and make it much better in Japanese. He needed a dumb interpreter. So here he is, getting up in his native language, talking about how he's pissed at players who get up in their second language.
Tell us about Julio Rodriguez.
Julio Rodriguez has got a personality bigger than all of you combined. He is loud. His English is not tremendous.
Why? Why is that a point of emphasis at all? They literally just said, can you tell us about this young stud you got in the minors? Yeah, his personality's loud. His English sucks. No need. They didn't ask how his English was.
Him and Kelenic are very good friends. He's a year behind Kelenic. He will probably be here in, everybody says 2021. He won't be here till 2022 or 2023.
Nah, we're not going to start that service time on him early. Everyone says he's ready for 2021. Hey, Julio, no matter what you do in the minors this year and maybe even next year, we ain't bringing you up. It's, no, it's not, you don't get to earn it. It's just kind of how we feel about it.
There's not enough parking, so I can get away with charging $30, $40, $50 to park in my tiny little parking garage across the street. So I don't let my employees park there. I have them park down on the other side of Century, I guess.
So this question they asked, like, what's your biggest concern right now? What's the pain point for you, Kevin Mather? And he said that the neighborhood surrounding the field isn't great. And because there's limited parking, he gets to charge a lot of money for parking, which you can see makes him smile. And because he can charge a lot of money for parking, he makes his employees park on the other side of town in an area that he doesn't think is safe. So so that's his biggest concern. You can let him park closer. You can let him park closer.
Marco Gonzalez.
Oh, here's a good little drama beef story that he tells us about Mike Leake and Marco Gonzalez.
Is has really taken a leadership role. In good story, in 2019, we had a veteran pitcher that we have since traded to the Arizona Diamondbacks, if you want to figure out who it is.
Just say it, man. You just say it. You just gave, I'm not going to tell you what number I'm talking about, but 2 + 2 = said number. Like, just say Mike Leake. We know who you're talking about.
Who had, attitude. He'd been around. He'd been there, done that. And our bullpen coach was talking to the starting pitchers about, this was in spring training, and he was talking about, when you go out and throw your bullpens, it's only 20 pitches. Let's make sure it's quality. And he was giving this speech, and the pitcher who's no longer with us kind of rolled his eyes and said, "Don't tell me how to throw my bullpens yet." And as the meeting broke up, Marco Gonzalez, with the help of a couple of bullpen guys, pushed this particular pitcher into the locker and said, "Listen, if you want to be a dick, but be a dick quietly." For a young kid to do that, good for him. Good for him.
It's a good story. Again, Rotary Club memberships got to be booming. Baseball fans joining left and right. This is the type of insight they get. This is like a podcast episode that should have been released in the year 2040. And then it would make sense. Statute of limitations kind of up. Right now, not great. I got another little tidbit. I don't even know what this one is. Let's see.
Kelenic is not happy that he's the 5th highest prospect on Baseball America, and Rodriguez is the 4th highest prospect. But little things like that bother Kelenic.
Wow, earlier they said they were best friends, even though Rodriguez supposedly doesn't speak great English. What a mess, man. What a mess. His mug says something like, women's lives, our passion. Same dude that's got a bunch of sexual assault allegations against him. So there's your Seattle Mariners. I mean, dumb enough to say these things in front of a mic, just so honest, it's crazy. Valuing being cheap more than anything. Like, this dude went to the Rotary Club and he was like, what can I do to impress these people and let them know the Seattle Mariners are doing good things? Are we winning games? No, but we're saving money. That'll impress him. Honestly, every point he had, he thought the most impressive thing was how they save money. So he apologized. I take that back. Someone wrote an apology on his behalf, and he probably said, yeah, send that. And I don't know. That's where we're at. So it's great insight. The union is probably salivating. It's great insight. If you're a Mariners prospect, you're probably like, hey, all that kind of sucks. Now you guys know. Kevin Mather, president of the Seattle Mariners.
Third consecutive opening day or opening night start. It is Marco Gonzalez. Gonzalez has really turned into one of the best left-handers in the American League.
Runner at first. Here is Mike Yastrzemski, left-handed hitter.
Runner at first. Slater gets a lead. Here's the set by Gonzalez, and now the pitch to Yastrzemski. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Just kind of hacked at a pitch up and in. So right away, Marco Gonzalez has his first strikeout of the season.
The Giants starter making his second career opening day start. It is Kevin Gausman coming off his excellent year in 2020.
And that'll bring up designated hitter Ty France. And this kid, man, had a tremendous spring.
3-2 pitch. And a splitter is topped slowly up third base side. Over to get it with a slide is Gausman. Then from his knees turns and throws over to first in time.
No score, inning number 2.
Evan Longoria, first ball swinging, hits a drive deep into right field. Way back there, still going. And goodbye. A home run for Longoria. And the Giants have a 1-0 lead. Longoria, first ball swinging, hitting 7th. Posey hit .286, only 21 official at bats all spring. And he swings and he belts one deep into left field. Way back there, it is off the top of the wall and then over the wall into the bullpen. So Buster Posey, after missing all of last year, hits a home run in his first at bat in his return to the Giants.
Well, here he is, third baseman Evan Longoria jumped on a first pitch leading off the second. A home run to right field, an opposite field shot for Longoria. Checks the runner at first, the 0-1 pitch. Curve swung on, line drive, base hit right center field. Solano to second will make the turn, head for three. Up with the ball is Trammell. The throw into second base to Crawford, down with the tag, and out at second base is Longoria. Holy smokes, what a throw by the rookie Taylor Trammell. Here's Wilmer Flores, 0 for 1, is flied out to right field.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Flores rips this one down the left field line. That is a base hit, and it's rolling into the corner. It'll be extra bases for Wilmer Flores. In to score, Donovan Solano over to third. Belt, he stops there as the ball is relayed back in by Fraley. Into second with an RBI double, Wilmer Flores. 3-0 Giants. Second and third, 2 down with Crawford coming up.
Here's the stretch. Now the 2-2 pitch on the way. Crawford a swing, little tapper to the right side of the mound, picked up by Gonzalez. Marcos throw to first in time to get Crawford. That'll end the inning. Damage control done by Gonzalez. The Giants get the 1, and that's it. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Here's first baseman Evan White. And he can really take a chunk out of that 3-run deficit with 1 swing of the bat.
Giants 3, Mariners 0 in the 4th inning. With 2 outs. Seager at second. Giants playing White on the pull side on the infield, the opposite way in the outfield. 1-2 pitch right there on the outside corner. 97 miles an hour. Strike 3 call.
And here comes the leadoff man, Austin Slater. Now the 3-1 pitch. Swing, and there's a drive into right field. Drifting back, Haniger at the warning track, at the wall. He jumps. It's over his head and over the wall. The first home run of the year for Austin Slater that just barely crept over the wall in right field, and it is 4-0 Giants. So here's Brandon Belt. He is flied out deep to right. He sent Haniger back within, 3 or 4 feet of the right field wall with a deep fly ball in the second inning. Then he walked in the 4th. Left-handed hitter, 2 men on, 2 men out. And the curveball is lined down the right field line. A base hit. Coming around third, Solano. He'll score. Heading for third, Longoria. He'll stop there. And Belt holds on with a single as Haniger runs the ball down over near the foul line and fires it into second base. So 5-0 Giants. Runners at first and third. 2 runs have scored in the inning, and here is Wilmer Flores.
The stretch and the left-hander's 2-1 pitch to Flores. Swung on, and it's popped up. Second baseman Dylan Moore off to his left, coming in toward the cut of the grass between first and second. He's there and makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. But the Giants tack on 2 more. Halfway point.
Ball softly hit into center field. Tracked down by Dubon. White tagging. Here he comes. Throw coming home. It's not even close. It's up the first base line. Dylan Moore with a sacrifice fly into center field. And he has put the Mariners on the board in the bottom of the 7th. 5-1 Giants.
Longoria's been on base 3 times.
3-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. He gets Longoria looking. How about that? Will Vest, major league debut, strikes out the very first batter that he faces. A veteran like Evan Longoria caught looking. 2 on and 2 outs for the Giants here in the top of the 8th. They lead it 5-1. That'll bring up shortstop Brandon Crawford.
Now here's the pitch to Crawford, grounded into the hole at short. Far to his right goes J.P. Crawford to get it, and his throw to first is in the dirt, and it shoots right on by White, the first baseman. He could not handle it.
Flores is going to score, and Buster Posey goes to third. Giants pick up a run at 6-1.
Posey at third, Crawford on at first base, and the batter is center fielder Mauricio Dubon. The 3-2 pitch swung on, fly ball into left center field. Fraley going back. Jake is there, and he makes the catch, and that will retire the side. Will Vest, major league debut, gives up a run, but it's an unearned run here in the 8th. We go to the bottom of the 8th hour score. It's now the Giants 6 and the Mariners 1. But here is Ty France, and he could do some chipping away with a big swing of the bat right here against Whistler. And the 1-2 on the way to France, and here she comes, swinging a fly ball into shallow center field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Rounding third and heading home is Crawford. He will score on challenge. The throw by Dubon goes into second base. Ty France with an RBI single drives in a run here in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's now the Giants 6 and the Mariners 2. So 1 away, and here is center fielder Taylor Trammell. What a spot for this kid. Now the stretch. And again, the 3-2 pitch on the way to Taylor, and it's outside for ball 4, and that will force it a run. Taylor Trammell picks up his first Major League RBI.
Right-hand hitting Dylan Moore coming in. We'll get Taylor Rogers coming in. 6-3 Giants with the Mariners threatening.
Bases loaded, one out. Here's the pitch on the way. Swinging a line drive down the right field line. A fair ball in toward the corner. Here comes Franson to score. Seager rounding third. He will score. Around to third goes Trammell. Moore in at second with a 2-run double. It's a 1-run ball game. It's now the Giants 6 and the Mariners 5. Dylan Moore. And the batter will be Jose Marmoleos up the pinch hit for Tom Murphy. So here is Marmoleos for his first at-bat of the 2021 season. The stretch and the 0-1 pitch. Swinging a ground ball to first. Up with the ball is Belt. Down to second for one. No, the ball gets on by Crawford behind him. 2 runs are going to score. The Mariners have the lead. 7-6. Holy smokes, I don't believe it. And now there's 2 outs for the Mariners here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And that'll bring up Mitch Haniger.
Marmoleos gets ready to take off from first. There he goes. The pitch is swung on and in the air into center field. Over to his right a little bit goes Dubon, and he's got it. And the inning is over.
And it looks like Alex Dickerson is going to come up as a pinch hitter for Austin Slater to try to get a Giants rally in the 9th inning started.
Again, the 0-2 pitch. Swing, and a ball hit into right center field. Deep, way back there. And adios, pelota! What Gabe Kapler was hoping for has happened. His pinch hitter blasts a home run to tie this game. Wow. It is 7-7.
Buster Posey. Posey sat out all of last year. He opted out of the season. The Savage sets right by the chin. Deals. Swinging a lazy fly ball right field. Haniger having to pick up some speed near the line. He slides in. Mitch Haniger makes the catch to end the top of the 10th. What a play. It is up to Jake Fraley now. Nobody out, bases loaded.
Another great at-bat by a youngster. A quality at-bat. Remarkable.
Tonight, the future meets the present for the Mariners. Join us for the ride as we watch it unfold.
This is torched way back, number one. First hit, first home run of the show, Jared Kelnick. Welcome to Seattle.
Big delivery, Supermo in the swing. Down, actually running away from him, but he dinks it out, puts it right on the barrel. Exit velo of 109, 403 feet on a line. That's a nice way to get your first big league hit, a home run. And a curtain call for him. There you go. Tip the hat.
Line to the gap in right center field. Multi-hit night, Jared Kelnick. He wants to, stretching it out, and he can slide in with a double.
And this time, a breaking ball, bottom of the zone, lines it. And with 2 outs, he decides it's worth taking the chance to get into second. Then you can really see the speed from Kelnick. He really turned it on. He knew there was going to be a play. He was flying.
Another 3-2. Fights this off into left field. 3-hit night, Jared Kelnick. He drives in 3. He wants 2 again, and he's got it. We can get used to this.
Second double of the night. He's driven in 3.
To sit with my dad in the garage, the sawdust, that pine saw in the moss. Around every spring, when the winter thawed, we'd huddle around the radio, twist the broken knob. 7:10 a.m., no KJR. Dave Niehouse's voice would echo throughout the yard. Couldn't have been older than 10, but to me and my friends, the voice on the other end might as well have been God's. 1995, the division series, Eggers at to bat, bottom of the 11th inning, got the whole town listening. Swung on and belted, the words distorted. Joey Core rounds third. Here comes Griffey, the throw to the plate, not in time. My oh my, the Mariners win it. Yes, fireworks, they lit up that ceiling in the Kingdom. We had just made history.
One on the line, down the left field line for a base hit. Here comes Joy. Here is Junior to third base. They're going to wave him in. The throw to the plate will be late. The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship. I don't believe it. It just continues.
Lace and woven, barely holding that stitch. Creases of time amongst the grime and the grit. Weathered leather, used to pound his fist. To some it's just a mitt, but see that glow is him. Yeah, tell me stories on the field with that sun-stained rim. Blood under my chin, he taught me how to spit. Sunflower seeds back with me and my crew. Sunburnt arms, big league chew. Yeah, we were like the Sandlot after dinner. After practice, we listened to the M's in the kitchen. And if mine wasn't tripping, come on, Dad. Please, I swear this one more inning. Voice would pump through the system. Break out the rye bread. It's grand salami time, my oh my. Another victory, yes. My city, childhood, my life. Watching Griffey right under those lights. under that light rain, beaming in that night game. Can't stop now, keep moving, no break pads. Came here to prove a point, live my life on the field, make history in between the base pad, and compete against the fear that is in me. That's my only barrier, and I swear that I'ma break that. From the mud, the cleats that we drug through the feet, this is that moment and you cannot take it back. And I don't really collect cards anymore, just a box and some old cardboard. Memories embedded in the dust, and the fibers the age just like us, living somewhere off in a drawer. This is what you make of it. Yeah, we play to win, live it like we're under the lights of the stadium. Fight until the day that God decides to wave us in. Right, until he waves us in. It's my city, childhood, my life, that's right. Under those lights, my city, childhood, that's right. Me house, my oh my, come on. My city, childhood, my life, that's right. Under those lights, it's my city, childhood, my life. Me house, my oh my, rest in peace.
Cuts right through 90. I get the leadoff man here.
Come on, let's go.
Yeah. Let's go.
Return to the Mac, get up what it is, what it does, what it is, what it isn't. Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit. Me get up, first shot, come strut walking. A little bit of humble, a little bit of cautious. Somewhere between like Rocky and Cosby's for the game. Nope, y'all can't copy yet. Bad moonwalking, and this here is our party. My posse's been on Broadway, and we did it all way. Chrome music, I shed my skin and put my bones into everything I record to it. And yeah, I'm on. Let that stage light go and shine on down. Got that Bob Barker suit game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my INDEPENDENT shit hustling. Chasing dreams since I was 14 with the 4-track bustin'. Halfway across that city with the back question. Labels out here, now they can't tell me nothing. We give that to the people, spread it across the country. Labels out here, now they can't tell me nothing. We give it to the people, spread it across the country.
Here we go back, this is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Here we go back, this is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
Now, can I kick it? Thank you, yeah, I'm so damn grateful. I grew up really wanna go fronts, but that's what you get when Wu-Tang raised you. Y'all can't stop me, go hard like I got an 808 in my heartbeat. And I'm eating at the beat like it gave a little speed to a great white shark on Shark Week. Time to go up, gone, deuces goodbye. I got a world to see, and my girl, she wanna see Rome. Caesar make you a believer, nah, I never ever did it for a throne. That validation comes from giving it back to the people. Now, sing this song and it goes like, raise those hands, this is our party. We came here to live life like nobody was watching. I got my city right behind me. If I fall, they got me. Learn from that failure, gain humility, and then we keep marching.
Then we go back, this is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back, this is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2
pinch hit for Pinder. And the 1-2 pitch, backdoor slider, strike three called, got him looking. Brown strikes out for the final out of the ball game. What a performance by Paul Sewell as the Mariners beat the A's here in Oakland. A final score of 4-2 to take the opening game of the 4-game set. And right here, right now, the Mariners are 3 games back in the wild card.
The 1-1. Jammed him, popped it up. Seager is right there, and the Mariners have taken the first 2 in Oakland. They win tonight.
Right fielder Mark Canha.
Canha going after the first pitch. Straight away center field. Kelnick puts it away. The Mariners have taken the first 3 games in Oakland. They have secured a series win. And the Seattle Mariners now a season best. 14 games over.
Is Mitch Haniger. Hanny today has reached on a fielder's choice and struck out looking. Pitch swung on and drilled deep to right. Backing up Pinder on the track. Reaching up over the fence. And that baby's gone. We got a tie ball game. Mitch Haniger with a home run ties it up his 35th. RBI number 85. And the Mariners keep on battling back, and they've done it again.
Holy smokes, that ball just kept on going. An opposite field shot to right field as Pinder tries to bring it back at the top of the wall. He made a valiant effort, but it just kept right on going.
Luis Torrens, he's going to pinch hit.
He bats with the go-ahead run aboard. Crushed. This is a rifle shot and gone. What a screamer of a home run from Luis Torrens. He turns a 96 up and in. Goodbye, home run. Mariners in front 6-4 the 6th inning.
Everything the A's have put out there has, for the most part, gone sideways.
Matt Chapman will lead off the bottom of the 8th inning.
Hard hit. Diving catch. Bowers lays out, and he makes the grab.
Don't know that you can hit a ball any harder than that. That ball was smoked.
We've seen some great defense, but that's extraordinary.
And here's Andrews, the tie and run up there at home plate. Elvis is swinging a line drive to his right at short. J.P. Crawford makes the catch, and that's going to retire the side.
2 away, and that'll bring up Matt Olson.
Olson drives on right field. Haniger's back, turns around, looking up, and that baby's gone. 6-5. Number 38 for Matt Olson.
We will not go quietly into the night.
Here is Jed Lowry. Fly ball, and this should do it. Crawford is out, and for the first time ever, the Mariners sweep a 4-game series inside the Oakland Coliseum. 3-1 to Haniger. Barrel, crush, this is on its way! 3-run home run! Mitch Haniger! Blowing the doors off the A's in the 4th inning. Heater, middle away at 90. That is crushed. Exit velo of 105, 410 feet, 36th home run of the year for Haniger. 2 outs and 2 on. Flexen has reset now.
And the pitch swung on, fly ball, shallow, right center field on the run. Kelnick, Jarrett is there, and he makes the catch. And in one pitch, he gets Brown after throwing 12 to Mark Canha. You got to love this game of baseball. We go to the top of the 6th inning. What a ball game. Mariners 8 and the Athletics 4.
First guy out is Casey Sadler.
JP charges. Plenty of time for round number 1.
Hit on the ground. Here's Chris Davis. Swung on. Backhanded by Seager at third. 1-hop throw over the first. Ty France digs it out. 2 down.
1 ball and 1 strike. On the ground, Toro swung over the shift. Well, that had the makings of a quick inning for Casey Sadler. Well. Mitch Haniger batting with 2 men aboard once again. 1 out, 2 on. Bottom 6. Haniger, he's got another! It's his second 3-run home run! He has just kicked the teeth in on the A's. Have a night. His first time up, he had a fastball out of the ballpark. This time it's a breaking ball. Exit velo again at 105, 421 feet. 54 appearances for Sean Doolittle. Facing his former team and facing batters 9-1 and 2 here in the top of the 7th. Machine breaks his bat, but it's got enough carry to make a routine catch for Haniger. 2 pitches, 1 out.
There's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, popped up. Seager taking a look. Coming in. He's got room, third base side. Plenty of room right at the T-Mobile sign right below the third base coach's box, and that's out number 2.
Swing and a miss. Doolittle retires his side in order. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Ty France. Back kicks off the pitcher, and
hour. Has a curveball and a changeup that he will use. This will be 34th appearance on the year. 47 and a third, 47 strikeouts for Matt. Out number 1.
Whether it be a single game or a week's worth.
Murphy holds on to it for out number 2. And that's it. That's the ball game. The Mariners win it. They manhandle the A's tonight. A season best 13 runs. The Mariners a game and a half outside of the second wild card. They've won 9 of their last 11. And
You of the final game of the series in Oakland where the Mariners swept the A's. It was Mitch Haniger homering off of Diekman to tie the game.
Haniger, does he get him again? Does he get him again? He does! It's the series of Mitch Haniger. Congratulations to him, his 100th career home run.
A fantastic milestone.
Outstanding.
2 outs, Chapman at first. Out to center, Kelnick. Kelnick makes a galloping catch. The Mariners win again. And the Mariners are still in the fight.
He's 0 for 2. Popped out to center field, flied out to left.
The 2-1 pitch, and Tony hits it to right field, hits it well. Haniger back at the track. He'll turn and watch it fly. And Tony Kemp gives the A's the lead with a right field home run in the top of the 6th inning in Seattle. It's 1-0 Athletics. Tony Kemp comes through once again for the A's.
This is a big out to get Harrison for the 3rd out. Righty on righty here. 2-0 pitch. Swung on, line drive, right field. Haniger's right there. Couple steps, makes a catch. Inning over. A run on the home run by Tony Kemp. They leave a runner. We go bottom 6. 2-3-4 coming up. Ty France. Lead it off against Frankie Montas. 1 for 2 with a base hit to left and a strikeout. Montas into the line. First pitch swung on. A little looper. Center field coming on Marte. Backing up as Kemp. Off his glove. And Ty France is aboard with the tying run. Tony was doing a hard back pedal, and at the last second reached up, and it went off the tip of his glove.
So here's Seager, and now the pitch by Frankie, and the 2-2 delivery. Ready, the pause, the turn, and a split, swung on and missed, a perfect pitch. Great action, down and away. 6 strikeouts for Montas. And now the single season leader for the A's among right-handed pitchers in strikeouts with 206.
Mitch Haniger at the plate. Strikeout and a base hit to right tonight. 1 for 2. Montas ready. First pitch to Mitch. Swung on, dribbled to the shortstop. Harrison flips this. Oh, he bobbled the flip. And they get the out. He tried to get the ball out of his glove, and it stuck, and he one-hopped it to Tony Kemp. They get the out at second.
Foot is off the bat. Does it get back on? It's off. It's off. He's in there.
First and second for the Mariners. 1 out for Jared Kelnick.
Out to right center. Kelnick with the drive. Pender can make the catch. Francis coming home. Haniger's behind him. Jared Kelnick has given the Mariners a 2-1 lead. And now here comes Seth Brown to the plate.
That one's hit high to right field. Haniger's back. Haniger at the wall. He leaps. It is gone. Seth Brown, a 2-out solo shot. We're tied at 2.
His 18th of the year, and we start all over at 2-2.
Here is Mr. France. Ty France looking hitterish up there. First pitch. Breaking ball. Swing on. Driven deep to left. At the track, the Canna makes the catch. And strolling home is Dylan Moore. And the Mariners retake the lead at 3-2. Ty France gets the job done, his 73rd RBI. Mariners in front again here in the 7th.
And that will bring up second baseman Abraham Toro. Now the 2-0 pitch. Toro swinging a drive deep into right field. Pinder going back the track to the wall. Goodbye baseball. Abraham Toro, his 11th home run of the season. The Mariners get the insurance run they're looking for. Everybody on their feet. It's now the Mariners 4 and the A's 2. It was Brown who hit a home run in the top of the 7th inning that tied the game at 2.
And the 0-2 pitch, swing and a fly ball left center field. Kelnick over, Jarrett is there. He makes the catch and it just continues. My, oh my, the Mariners win it. 4-2, they sweep aside the Oakland A's and the Mariners stay a half game out in the wild card race.
And it's something that I found with these Mariners is that you have, look, players have cliches that they like to say and then we get annoyed about it, but we do too. Fans do too. Fans have our own cliches, or maybe they're just our little sayings that we go to that often aren't all that true. And I was thinking of two things that you guys have also probably heard, Justin, Moore, et cetera, that they're just not, they're not accurate. So the first one is, and I'm sure, tell me how often you've heard this one from people. The Mariners have been rebuilding for 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
The text line every day.
Every day.
Yep.
Right? And you hear it from friends like, hey, how about what the Mariners? Big rebuild. Like, they've been rebuilding for 20 years. It's not true.
Yeah. Oh, and we're the Yankees farm system. Like, that's always the very next comment.
It's just flat out untrue. Yeah. It's just not true. It's flat out untrue. I will keep saying it again and again until we sort of, start to make some progress in this. Second one. And maybe you've heard this one before. Tell me if you've heard a friend of yours say this. How long has it been since the Mariners played meaningful baseball this late in September?
Oh, boy.
How many times have you heard that in the last week or so? A bunch, I'm sure.
Yep.
Yeah, you know how long it's been? 5 years.
Was it
2016?
16?
2016 was the year they nearly made it, and Nelson Cruz, that crazy back-and-forth game with Oakland on October 1st. It was later in the year than today.
And we needed Rangers to win. Was that?
They needed some other stuff to go their way that didn't happen. Yeah, I think they needed the Rangers to do something. It didn't work out. Yep. And also they lost the last, I think, 2 games to
Felix
Oakland.
Pitching at the end, yeah.
Yeah, Felix, disaster right on the final game of the season. I think it didn't end up mattering because they were out by 2 games by that point, but it hasn't been that long. Now, here's where I want to add to that. It does feel different this year than those other 2. And I've been trying to put my finger on why. Why does this run and this meaningful baseball in September feel different from what we saw in 2014 and 2016? And again, you can go read my full thoughts on this at 710sports.com. It feels different because you're playing playoff-style baseball in a way that you weren't then. You're locked in. You really are. If you watch this team, they are doing the things that teams do when they're championship caliber. By the way, they have a better record than anyone in the division, including the Rangers, in September and since the trade deadline. Saw that this morning from Jason Churchill. Remember the trade that was supposed to destroy the Mariners and help the Astros? The Mariners have been better than the Astros since that day.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Mariners have been one of the best teams in the AL since, June.
Yeah.
I think the best team.
Basically since the San Diego Padres series where they just got beat up. But since the deadline deal that, destroyed team chemistry and all that.
Everybody said Jerry's got to go.
Yeah. No, they're better than the Astros. Oh, but you're helping the Astros. No, you've been better than them. Not better enough. I don't think you're going to pass them. But, hey, you're better than them since the trade. You've helped. They do all the things that big-time championship teams do. They're hyper-focused. You can see it during the games just how focused they are. They hustle. They take the extra base. They're bonded together. They sacrifice for each other. They play unselfishly. They have unwavering confidence in themselves and athletic arrogance. They hustle. All the things that you expect out of a championship-style team, the Mariners are doing right now. That doesn't mean they're going to win the championship because other teams are doing that too, right? We'll see what it looks like when you actually get into the playoffs, who locks it in. The Cardinals have been doing it here for 3 weeks.
Oof, yeah.
Right? The Dodgers have done it. We've seen a couple of times. Will the White Sox be the team to do it this year? Will the Mariners get over the hump and even make the play? We don't know the answer to this stuff yet. And being locked in doesn't mean you're going to win every game. And if they get in, you got to win that one-game wild card play-in game in order to get there. So, yeah, look, being a championship team requires playing championship ball, but it also requires some luck and some of the timing and all the other stuff that goes into it. This feels different because they're not limping or backing into it the way they did. That 2014 team got shelled on the road in their final road trip and kind of withstood it. And the 2016 team lost 5 straight like a week beforehand. They finished the year 8-8. Yeah, 8-8 to finish the year is not playing championship baseball. The Mariners have won 10 of 11 and 5 straight. They come from behind every night. That is winning playoff baseball. Doesn't mean they're going to get in, but they're sure playing like a team that deserves it. That's why this whole thing is so much fun.
31st start of the year, looking for its 15th win, a 3.67 ERA for Flexen. 174 in the third, 124 strikeouts, and yes, he's in the strike zone, just 39 walks on the year.
This is where some of your greatest dreams come to life. A must-win game to stay alive for a playoff berth. 3-2 pitch. Ground ball, Turo with the rain, slide, throw! Just got him, nice play! So I said, I don't want that happening to this guy. As he sends one deep to left, on the track, right there, making the catch. Dylan Moore, 2 down, big out. 2 out, nobody on. Big flex with a 2-2 pitch. Ground ball right to Turo. Room service. 1-2-3 in the first. Let's get that offense cranking. Flex off to a good start. Aaron's coming to bat.
On the mound for the Angels, another left-hander. Lefties throughout the weekend, and that's a part of Seattle's problem this year. But Jonathan Diaz gets the ball tonight, 25-year-old rookie, making his second ever major league start. Really took something off of that one. Diaz struck out 4 Mariners on Saturday. That's his first tonight. France and Haniger aboard with 2 away. Looked like he cut off his swing there and sends a little lazy fly ball out to Rojas to retire the side. 2 left stranded for Jonathan Diaz. Homered against Flexen back on the 16th of July at Angel Stadium. It's the 3-2 first of all to Walsh. And that's lined into the gap in right center field. Haniger goes to retrieve it. Walsh is on his way to second with a leadoff double.
And he for 1 for 3 last night. Right to Sig. Easy play. Out of the inning. 2 stranded. When we come back, you'll get Abraham Turo leading off for the Mariners.
2 walks and a single. That was close to a balk move. Murphy puts that in play. Mayfield bare hands and gets him.
Like Jack Mayfield coming in on that when you think, okay, with a catcher running, maybe you don't have to go with the bare hand, but he needed to use the bare hand and all in one motion.
Here's Dylan Moore. And the first pitch to him is sent out to Mayfield as well. Nothing comes of the 1-out walk, and we play 2 complete in Seattle.
He's trying to put him away here, 2-2. And he does. His strikeout of the evening. 1 down here in the third. Big Japanese presence, media presence here. Popped it up. Good news, JP. Kelnick coming on strong. It'll be JP. 1-2-3 in the third. Top of the order coming up. Mr. Crawford will lead off in a scoreless ball game. They had first and second. 1 out. Did not score. 1-1.
There you go.
Right field. Can't hold on as Rojas. Ty is going to go for 2. Digging hard. He'll get there. This crowd is ready to rock. Here's Hanny. Loop base hit the center. Outfield deep for him. Infield pulled around 3 to the left side. The other way, base hit. Here comes Ty. Manny waving him on. Rojas will get to it. No throw to the plate. Mariners have a 1-0 lead. Mitch Haniger with the RBI is 96th, and here come the Mariners.
So far, so good for the Astros, who have an 8-3 lead. Infield pop for Fletch. And that retires the side. A run on 3 hits for Seattle. 1-0 Mariners.
Here's Phil Gosselin. Bunt and a beauty. Flexing off the mound. Sidearm. Just got him. Nice stop. Ty France holding the bag. 1 out. Nice inning. Very nice inning by Chris Flexen. JP's under it. Put it in the book. 1-2-3 in the fourth. Bottom third of the order coming up. See if Jared Kelnick can get some offense going here for the Mariners to lead 1-0.
Thank everybody. It was very nice.
Yeah, all the pictures from when he started, all the different people he worked with Bobby Mercer, all the different Yankees over the years. It was really a touching moment.
Moore sends that into right. Good catch by Jose Rojas. Boy, he's really had a couple of tough chances tonight. Jose converts, and it's a 1-2-3-4 for Jonathan Diaz. Chris Flexen has put together a really solid body of work this year. 1-1. And Rojas sends a drive out to right field. That ball's got a chance, and that one's going to go. A game-tying solo homer for Jose Rojas.
Just like that. That one swing the bat does tie it up. That's a changeup that Rojas hits out his 6th home run to go along with 14 doubles.
France holding the runner on at first. 1 out. Here's what we were looking for. There's one and rack 'em. Tie ball game at 1-1. 2 pitch. Hit hard to the gap. Got a chance and will get down. Ty France again showing outstanding plate coverage. Drives one to the right center field gap. 1 out. Go ahead run at second for Mitch Haniger. Swinging and drive. Deep left center field. Getting up. Gone. Mitch Haniger. And the Mariners have the lead. Mitch Haniger with his 39th home run. 2-1. Ohtani runs. Pitch swung on. Popped up. Long run Haniger. Long run Ty France. Wow. Nicely done. Stayed with it.
It's right up against that screen that's over there.
Need the bullpen to pitch out of trouble. 2 on, 1 out, 6th inning. Mariners up 3-1 on a must-win night, but let's enjoy this. 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 call, got him. Need an out. 2 out, 2 on, 1-2 pitch. Ground ball, Toro. Throw over to first. Out of the inning. Casey Sadler comes to the rescue. Strands 2, and the Mariners have a 3-1 lead. 2-2. Breaking ball. Slow roller. Fair ball. Seager on the run. Dig it. Got him. Great play both ends.
This is so difficult. Kyle playing back. Looks like this ball is going to hit the bag at third base, and Kyle has to get there before it has a chance to, and get to work his way around it with his footwork, and then get rid of it quickly at 1 hop. Strike to Ty France.
This has turned into the highest leverage situation of the game. Middle of the order, 2 runners on, and Walsh has just hit a 3-run homer. Oh my! Wow, Walsh! Did you see the drop? Did you see the bat drop? Yes. Number 28 for Walsh, and might just be the blow that ends the Seattle Mariners.
Seattle Mariners are down 1 run in the bottom of the 8th inning. They must win to remain in the playoff race. If they lose this game, it's done. It's over, and they're down, and they don't have a lot of time left. This one, let's get into it. We got rookie Kelenic is the first batter, and he's going to take the 2-2 curveball off the knee. That one stings a little bit, but hey, he's the tying run. Seattle will take him. They'll put him on base. They'll bring Bowers up. He's getting prepped. He's getting in the zone, little neck stretches, feeling the flow, getting in there. He's going to take that for a ball. He's going to swing at that one. He's going to take that for a ball. He's going to take that for a ball. 3-1. Big swing off. Walk. Not that bad. Okay, we're good. Solid fist pumps around. Now we got Jake Fraley up, and he's going to try and put a bunt down, but doesn't get that one. And then a beautiful bunt to move both runners to scoring position. A nice play by the third baseman, but he's going to get butt slaps and high fives because he did what they want him to do. Then, soft. They intentionally walked J.P. Crawford to create a force out. They can get the double play. They can also get the force out at home now, and that's what ends up happening because this chopper goes to third. He makes another nice play, and that's an out. That was the tying run, and that lady says, bullshit. And then Kelenic's like, really? Did all that running, my knee hurt. They said, let's go to replay on this. And it's interesting because the ball definitely beat him, but is his toe on the plate? Yes, no, I have no idea. They have another pretty good view, and that's when he catches it. And is that on the plate? Who the hell knows? Yes, I guess. Yeah.
Mariners fighting for their lives here for playoff life. Biggest pitch of the year. Here for the Mariners, 3-2, bases.
And the 0-1 pitch on the way to
Floated. Cishek.
and swung on the line down the left field line for a base hit.
Base hit right there. Here comes JP. Barry scores. JP scores. It's Henniger. What a night. They built statues of players based on games like this.
Let's go! Let's go! Yes! And the Believe signs are bouncing in Seattle, going crazy.
Henniger. Oh, baby. 2-2 to Siege. 2 out, 2 home. Get out. Get down. Get down. It does. Dig it with Thomas. Henniger. Throws it. Bases no good. Bounces around. Seager all the way to second. Sound that foghorn.
It's some kind of ball game. Drew Steckenrider going to take over. So this right here is what matters. Marsh.
Yep. And Ohtani on deck, which is even scarier. Right at Toro. The Mariners have done it. They stayed alive. They've come from behind again. And they're going to live for game 162. I think that's probably what they're going to
Got
do.
service out of the dugout. It looks like he's maybe going to get Kyle.
Give him a chance to get an ovation. Outfielders coming in to give him a hug, and it's well deserved. Let's watch. A gold glove third baseman and a gold glove human being.
This is it. Look forward to seeing him as a visiting player.
That's got to be so tough.
Yeah.
Classy move by Scott.
Very.
There you go back. Oh, that's nice. Timmy Wilson going to bring him to base. Nice. I'll tell you what. You can ink him in, Mike. We've inked him in every year since 2011.
Look forward to it.
Man.
Baseball is a game of patience. It's about waiting for that one chance to seize everything you've ever dreamed of.
This is where some of your greatest dreams come to life.
To all the fans out here, we want to fill every seat possible. We can't do this without you guys.
For 2 decades, they have illusioned a return to this grand stage.
One of the greatest comebacks I've seen in a long, long time.
The improbable has become real.
The catch. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Vicious slider. The ball game is over. Holy smokes.
The city is hungry for a World Series. I just wanted to be here.
7 scintillating innings tonight at Rogers